All right. Hi. Hello. Welcome. I haven't done the music and the intro in a bit. Let me pull that up. It's because I have been having some internet and other issues. So let's do a little intro. Let's do a little intro screen. Sorry, that was getting quite repetitive. I was like, how long does this last? All right. So, oh my gosh, what is wrong? I feel like with updates and things, the technology is getting worse. Hi, Arnaldo and Angel. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, Angel, and Maria. And how are you feeling? How are you guys feeling today? Happy Friday! Happy Friday. Arnaldo, are you feeling better? Um, and I'll get right into the bleak of it all. I will leave the general news, world headlines, and everything. I edited a vlog that's a little bit edited, loosely edited, that goes into just some craziness with world news or, sorry, American news. So I'll leave that to the end if we have time because I think I got actually triggered by Blake Lively's speech. Because she spit it out. Um, Even though she was literally reading the speech, somehow she said nothing. She said a bunch of words and still said nothing. She should have had someone write that for her because, boy. All right. And I know I labeled the speech quite strongly, but I actually, this is not clickbait. I actually feel this way. So I'll get right into that. I will start with the worst of it all. The line, it's not for us to have shame, it's for them. Which, yes, it's for them. Not for men, but for people who, whatever, do things to us. Absolutely. And I will also say this as a like a little precursor because I can't wait to say these some of these things. I mean, I can't wait to talk about this in so many ways, but she never, and I will listen to it again with you guys, but she never in her speech said that it was a man that her mom's coworker was. She didn't say it was a male. She said it was just a coworker. So there's so many freaking holes. And the first message I wrote to my friend, I was like, if it's true, I feel for her mom. And of course, it's horrible. But it is so hard to believe her. And this sentiment echoes across the board with, the people that we all watch. Kirsty, um, Elsie, Andy, Melanie. I started watching Melanie a little bit more. My gosh, I have to like watch Dave and Lauren and everyone, but like it just, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to say that it is so hard to believe someone who's been proven to lie so many times. And so it is, it pains me. And this is like exactly Like her own mom, if she comes out with this story herself, her own mom cannot be believed because of her actions of shooting things out into the world in a legal way that have been kind of proven, not everything, but a lot has been proven to be just lies or just like um recoloring what happened. And so everything that she does, and there's so many ways that she comes across using the story and not actually coming from a good place. The racism part, I mean, it's twofold. Melanie talks about one way where I'm, well, I think both. But it's like the biggest one, like she was whatever, given this honor, whatever you call it, nominate, I don't know what this is, because of her donation, not work with, but donation to NAACP 6 years ago, right? And her like little nomination or whatever blurb was all about, it was from I think she was a previous NAACP, um gosh, I can't use my words today, I'm so sorry, um president, CEO, whatever. And you know, she talks about how like somehow her work, I don't know, whatever, her donation, etc., made such a big impact. We're in 2025. She's the most in one of the top 100 and most influential people of 2025. There is nowhere, not in her speech, not in that blurb, that talks about why she is influential in 2025. But then she uses this moment with this platform, this speech that is not public but now is public, because of course when she speaks people will record it now 1000%. And then she uses it to talk about her mom's story, which has so many holes. It has so many, like, oh my gosh, I'm getting ahead of myself because there's just so much, so much, so much. I already like have not said anything and everything in between. But oh my gosh. And then I'll get into the Jen Abel stuff, which is crazy. There's not much that I want to say about it because it's just whatever. But and then yeah, the Brittany Mahomes thing, that's kind of weird and I don't know. I will say this very shortly about this part. I do not care if Blake and Taylor Swift are friends. It is, what's the word, inconsequential? That does not make her a better person. Doesn't make either of them better or worse people if they're friends or not. I don't care. Taylor Swift's being friends or not being friends with her does not make her better or worse as a human being, doesn't make her more truthful or more of a liar. It doesn't mean anything. Anyways, but that's like my personal opinion with that. So this whole like Brittany Mahomes thing, I just feel like it's a game of telephone. Like this person told this person told this person to, so it's hard to believe. And I still don't feel like there was any things like that. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Who knows what happened with her? But something happened with, or I mean, nothing happened like recently. She's just been kind of this way. Hi, Rose Wild. Welcome. Still under the weather, but not scary. Sick. Oh, I'm glad that you're feeling better. I might make it without a headache. It's going to be a relatively short one, Arnaldo. So if you can, if I should, I shouldn't even say that. I don't want you to put, your health, put your health first. Don't put your health second to anything. But it shouldn't be too long. I feel sick and mad right now. How can she make jokes or take lightly before speaking about a trauma? Which, by the way, is not her story to tell. Yeah. It sounded like her mom told her to tell this story. This is at least what she said, and her mom was there. And moms, whatever. How do we even know how that went, right? Um, but it just looks and smells like just PR. Nothing actually truthful about it, or even if it's like a truthful story, you know what I mean? Like it's used for a purpose, not because it was time to tell it. And everyone else also clocked this, like, where was the story when she said that she has nothing in her life that she can relate to Lily with? And also, this story is not even about SH, is SA, or is it? I don't know, because she didn't say much. She just, she didn't say much. And I didn't even understand if the coworker was like, you know, people have been saying deleting her mom or herself or himself or itself. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a male or female. I don't know so many things. I'll get into that. But yeah, it was, it really was. It's not because, excuse me. Oh, yeah, which I doubt it really was. It's not because she has never gone through this. I would never burden or have my child speak about the trauma I went through. She needs to seek help for her mom. So, blasting. Yeah. Hi, new person, Geraldine. Um, oh, welcome. Hi. Oh my gosh, Lauren, thank you. Hi, all. Hi, everyone. Oh my gosh. That is, I'm sorry. This is overwhelming. Hi, bacons. Um, all the bacon army, bacon bots. Yeah, not bots. I mean, I feel like we cannot say that now. But at the same time, I feel like we can say anything because the world's going crazy anyway. So literally between, and I'm gonna say this, between Trump and Blake Lively, who I feel are like the same side or different sides of the same coin, we can say anything and we can say nothing, and we can be in trouble for saying nothing, or we can be not in trouble for saying everything and anything and whatever. So whatever. But yeah, oh my gosh, hi everyone. Hi Tanika. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm overwhelmed. I want to scream, but I'm already kind of screaming, but that is, hi everyone. Okay. All right. Well, I hope to not disappoint you all now. No pressure now. All right. Whew. Okay. Your audio is a bit low. Oh, I don't know how to make this, and I'm screaming. Oh my gosh, thank you for all the subscribes. Thank you. How am I doing on the volume now? I feel like I'm screaming. I am kind of screaming, but it is confusing with this mic is yeah, it does go on the low side. I don't know. Anyways, volume good for you, stir crazy. Oh my gosh, hi everyone. Okay, all right. So let me get back on track because I have so much to tell as far as like my opinion and maybe some things. I mean, I feel like we all have said everything. It's just like it's just seeing everyone's reaction be the same and my own in just this belief and somewhat re-traumatizing if you have any sort of trauma. Now I was just thinking about before this, like I have an average level of trauma. I have an average amount of trauma, nothing too crazy. I'll say also this on that topic, like I'm not sure, everyone is different in how they handle everything. And I know from like the relationship coaching aspect of me, it's like I know the attachment styles like react differently to some things. Some people stuff it down, some people don't, some people whatever. And she from her list didn't seem to have that much like physical trauma, right? As a physical type of trauma. So maybe that's also applicable. But I'll say, even when it's not been physical for me, some kind of like attention trauma, like unwanted attention in a sexual way. Because again, why am I trying to like, guard words over here? Because I don't even know. Um, I've wanted to cover up. I wanted to not be seen. Not just like my body cover up, but I didn't even want to be seen. I didn't really want to be seen. And a lot of people have talked about how, like, oh, she's saying, or she said once that she's going through a lot through this. And I mean, she said it herself in the speech that she was, having so much, um, like she's gone through so much in the last 2 years and whatever. Um, she's gone through a lot. She's gone. Not Justin, who looks terrible at the end of these 2 years. He looks like he's gone through war. But yeah, she's gone through something. Who looks like glowing and all that. But anyways, everyone deals differently. Doesn't mean that she didn't go through it. Whatever. But I will say that yeah, like there is a part of me that agrees with everyone. Like she spoke like she was citing a speech instead of speaking like she can't comprehend. Yeah, well, yeah, she was. And yet she was still word salading. She was, yeah, reciting her. I think she wrote that speech, but yeah, she was nervous for sure. But anyway, so there is that part of why is she out in the world? Why is she going to all these events, to the premieres? I feel like yes, it was because it was mandatory, but also because honestly, I think her PR listened to the people earlier on, PR people that kept being on people's like lives or videos that said she should make appearances, she should, do this. And I think too late, they were like, oh, maybe we should do that. Well, guess what? Now it's too late. And now it actually is backfiring because it's too late and we know too much. And then the other part is, um, I could feel one way or another or kind of indifferent about their making appearances. And again, everyone deals with things differently, and they're definitely going through something. However, she's being rewarded, she's being awarded, she's being recognized, she's being celebrated left and right. Well, not exactly, but like with Times and with the premiere with Another Simple Favor and all this stuff. It's not like, oh, she's just making an appearance and she's humble. No. This whole Times thing is so offensive in so many ways and to so many different people, to so many to victims of actual abuse, to I mean she's gone into the racism thing that, oh, she thought she left it behind with some kind of donation. Oh, she's back making like other mistakes as far as that. And people are calling her out. Bohemian Diva and Melanie, they're calling her out. Bohemian Diva does it the best. It is it is oh gosh. All right. So, let me start at the top here. First of all, I didn't watch anyone in anything, but I saw Meghan Markle, Meghan Sussex, whatever her name is. I saw her on, in no disrespect, I feel kind of neutral about Meghan for everyone that's new here, which is a lot of you. This is so cool. I'm neutral, I can see both sides. And also, I feel like, I don't know, it's a big deal, but either way, she showed up for her stage talk, whatever. Um, I imagine anyone else who was asked to have that interview showed up. But who showed up for Blake? Ryan Reynolds. But yet she has a voice, but she doesn't have a voice. And I don't know if that's like a PR move because she was not trusted to be speaking. I don't know if that was a PR move because to make it look like she's suffering and victim, and look, she can't even use her voice, blah blah blah. Cuz watch out for that. Cuz I feel like they will use anything and they will twist anything at this point. I don't know. At this point, it is like difficult. Yeah, not I don't know about the speech, but I saw like a clip like Ryan Reynolds had the interview on stage. That's how I saw Megan have the interview on stage. And that's all I saw. So I don't know if Serena Williams and everyone else, if they did the same. Um, Here, I'll like pull that up now actually. See, like this one or like that. So I don't know. Well, that's another one I think, but this one. So I don't know, but I feel like Ryan Reynolds was a proxy for Blake. So that's kind of weird to begin with. Then you fast forward to this whole speech. So, oh my gosh. Um, as Melanie said, She was put on this list for donating to the NAACP. Her story is about women and survivors now, which it was. I mean, that's what she's trying to say, anyways, this whole time. But that's what she was put on the list for, something that she did and donated. Didn't really do any work. They didn't even celebrate Juneteenth. Because I asked ChatGPT, did they do anything? Now I know ChatGPT isn't like the best, but yeah, Amber Heard. I know Andy said like Amber stole her assistant. I didn't watch the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial, but stole her assistant's story. Anyways, this was, I guess, not as like bad because like we all have moms, and I don't know, depends on your relationship with your mom and all that stuff, but they will most likely, like, oh yeah, use my story and do anything for their daughters and their children, right? So, but still, it's really bad. But she was put on this for one reason. She's speaking about another reason. And then also, I loved Melanie's take. She's supposed to be the civil rights titan and civil rights leader. Just so it is so absurd. Again, I was asking ChatGPT, did they do anything besides donate that money? It couldn't find anything. Now, again, I was just saying ChatGPT isn't like great, I guess. It's okay. It's average, so take everything with a grain of salt. But and they've deleted, or Blake at least has deleted so much of her Instagram. Who knows? But I did not see on either Instagram, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I just didn't look hard enough, anything about celebrating Juneteenth, which to me is a sore point because I was employed in two different companies in between the time that Juneteenth became a national holiday, a federal holiday, a recognized holiday. And they went to a Juneteenth like celebration or something, but that was it. And it's a sore point because I feel like it's interesting as someone who's not foreign but not from here. Like I wasn't born here, and I kind of like am still learning so much about this history of racism and the system of racism and everything. It's kind of like real easy to observe that like the companies generally recognize Christian holidays and white holidays. The end. And everything else, it's like, it's not there. But anyways, but back to like Blake and Ryan, because that's what this is about. But they're like celebrated for the work. I'm pretty sure a lot more people did a lot more. Meghan Markle, Meghan Sussex, she did a lot more for that. Think of her however you think of her, but like she did more. So anyways, so, in Melanie's words, that's great for black people. This is a moment we all wanted. Blake Lively to be honored as a civil rights leader. And she said that with like the biggest sarcasm, and I loved it because I loved it. It's sad. It's sad, and yet her speech is about her mom, about a confusing story about her mom. So I have some little tidbits of like, what was this story even about? Because that's like how I feel. Oh my gosh, so much. I'm used to like going back to the chat every now and then and like answering all the questions, and I feel bad because I'm like, oh, I want to interact, but I also want to get through this. Um, Blake is following whatever Ryan comes up with. Interesting. I don't think Blake is following though. I still don't feel like Blake is following, but it's an interesting um point. And by his demeanor it seems like he's following more, but who knows? Who knows? It is so we'll maybe one day know. Anyways, across the board, pointing out where was this survivor story during the It Ends With Us premiere, and the all the shoot, my brain just stopped, all the press that they did for that, all the stuff, like she didn't have to go into the details of the story. She didn't even have to say as much as she said at the Times speech. She could have said she couldn't didn't even have to name her mom. She could have just said that she personally knows someone who's been through, who's a survivor, and even just ended like that. She didn't even say that much. And then I'll get into like what in the end was this survivor of, and it pains me every single time that I say that and I question that. Like I will repeat that as many times as I feel is relevant, because it does physically pain me to not to question this story. And people have said from the beginning, this is what this whole lawsuit that Blake did and everything that she's doing, this is what it will lead to. It will make victim stories be harder to be believed. It will like set things back for the Me Too movement and so forth. And this is not even anymore like, as far as this story is concerned, about SHSA and all that stuff. It's even just survivors of anything, because apparently her mom, it, as far as we know, it wasn't SH, it wasn't SA. I think Elsie called it graped, like grape, like wine. Oh gosh, that sounds horrible. I don't know, because it sounds like the way that I'm saying it is still very much like the word. Um, yeah, it's not that from what she said. It is so confusing. So okay, let me get to that part. Um, okay, so any kind of support towards her mom. Oh my gosh, sorry. I'm like so flustered. Oh my gosh, I did not. I was like just pumped up. I was so sleepy, but I was pumped up because I was like triggered, and also just like not triggered but just angry at the story. And then you guys all came and I'm like flustered now. So let me take a breath. Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's basically, I just said all of that. So yeah, even just acknowledging her mom or something, big or small, anything, any kindness, any kind support towards her mom during that press tour with It Ends With Us, anything. And maybe she thought, like a lot of us think, like it's kind of apples and potatoes, or apples and oranges. Why did I say potatoes? And so it's like, yes, survivor of something, but it's not exactly the same thing. And then now she's so desperate that she needed a story, and she used this story, even though when It Ends With Us, she knew that, well, one does not match the other. It's not the same category, whatever, which you can argue either way. But all right, so she starts, and I will play it, but she starts with worst crime towards a woman. Every single person that I've seen on internet, and myself included, went to, okay, she was graped, draped, I don't know, saged, she had something, because it's like about unwanted touch and attention is when you think of, as far as like genderizing a crime. It seemed like it wasn't. It seemed like it was just a crime that any human being would consider the greatest crime against them, which is trying to uh how do I say this? Well, I think you've seen it. Like just have them not be on this planet anymore. Um she had said that she connected oh yeah, Elsie. Either she forgot how to tell the story, or she's not very sharp. She connects to Lily through clothing, is what she said, because she doesn't have any personal experience to connect to Lily with. And again, like, yes, it's a different crime, but it can still help you. I don't think that she wants to. I mean, she's told us that she doesn't want to act. She's not interested in acting. She's not interested in actually acting. Acting meaning you get like words, you connect to them, you find the meaning and the truth, you empathize with the character, you find why you should empathize with the character. You write journals. Both Justin has spoken about that, and Isabella Ferrer. They both spoke about how they did that for their characters on this movie, and they went deep and they find their characters, etc. That's acting, and it's a wonderful thing for people who love acting. They love it, and it's like it's just magic, and it's a wonderful thing to do, to be able to do. She doesn't want to do that. She said in her own words, and I don't have the clip now pulled up, but it was one of those like the ostrich feathery type of thing. So I think it was the London premiere where she said that you can't just give me any words and put me in any clothing, or like multiple times, and expect me to be the character. It's like that's literally the definition of acting. So, um, yeah, I guess maybe it was like too much. Maybe she didn't want to go there. Maybe she didn't know. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she didn't know that her mom went through this, because maybe her mom didn't tell her this. So let's give her that at least. But resuming. Oh my god, I'm missing out on the chat. I'll come back. um Hogwash, word spewing, empty words spiraling to nowhere, just so pointless that will leave you confused. Huh? Yeah. 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 That's how this speech was. And it was written. She was reading it. And it still went that way. Basically, it was written, literally my next point, in such a way to confuse us to believe whatever we want to believe, but what she actually said. That was kind of confusing how I wrote that too. So, not necessarily what we want to believe, but what she wants us to believe, I should have said. Um, and so she gave enough words, but not all the words, to kind of signal to us, like, oh, believe me, this is what this is about. But then when you're actually listening to it, it's like, this is kind of empty of meaning. It's empty. It's nutritionally empty, this speech. There's so many missing pieces and holes. And again, you don't have to detail someone's horrific story. I'm not saying that's where the holes are. I'm saying if you're going to say a story, like there are certain details that, or certain like aspects that, you fill in with respect, So, yeah, she didn't say anything though. Was it a male coworker? This is what I'm talking about. She kind of led us to like believe that, but she didn't say it because maybe that would have been a complete lie. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe she just forgot. I don't know. That was, to me, that was probably one of the strangest parts. And again, I'll listen with it, with you guys to it again. I listened to it like a few times. I listened to it myself. I listened with Andy. I listened with Melanie. I think I listened with Elsie. So listened to it a while, and I never heard that it was a male coworker, but that's what she's alluding to, because that's what this lawsuit is about, and this is what her platform is on. Her brand currently is on this, which is so disgusting. But that's what she's doing. This is herself branding herself. Like, this is a brand that she has become. And there was, I forget what, oh gosh, I forget what, who did this and who said this and what video, but someone, oh, I think I said last live. Um, oh gosh, where is the comment? Um, you're hungry? Don't think that comment. We're all just friends here chilling. Wait, which one? Stir Crazy, say your comment again that Palaver girl is on pacing between your commentary and chat comments. She was telling people to leave if they feel triggered. Of what? Yeah, exactly, on him. Exactly. But I don't know. Oh my gosh, where's oh gosh. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Um, we're all friends here, chilling. Is that like, yeah? You're doing great. Thank you. Um, SA and SH is the same. Yeah, Ashley. Yeah. Oh, there was someone, I think Shirsty interviewed her that talked about how it's not the same. And that was kind of honestly a little not new to me. But it's not something that I have to like think of every day. So I didn't think about it that much until she said that. Um, but yeah, like the things that they listed were so, I mean, it's like this speech and the whole thing about they donated a bunch of money and now they're like civil rights leaders or titans or, influencers or whatever and saviors. Talk about white savior complex over there. Um, Oh, hi, P. Welcome. Look at this. This is crazy. So many people. Oh, dolphin. Yes. You know how Lauren has her bacon. I have my dolphin emoji, I guess. Um, oh, yes. Yeah. Hi, millennial mom. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Where was I? Yeah. I am definitely strict. What was I talking about? I don't know what I was talking about. Uh, Oh, interesting, Ashley. Yeah, well, Times recognized her for it. Gosh, the blackmailing. So this is more a theory that I feel it popped up because of a lot of that comment, a lot of the information, a lot of the talk. Sorry, with Brittany Mahomes. Am I saying that name right? I don't know. Um, Sounds good, P. And shoot, my brain is just like dying today. Okay. So yeah, so listening to that, it made me kind of like, when you're like you consume a lot of information and then somehow through time, because it's been what, 3 months, we're 4 months into this, it kind of sits and then you get something new and it sits and it develops and it, morphs and all that stuff. So how people say, oh, it was about um an affair and blah 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 blah. This is my little little theory because I think, oh gosh, someone kind of like sparked it saying something similar. And I was like, I think they're onto something. I think that could be it because if Taylor Swift, I don't know her. I don't, I've had moments, I've had years when I disliked her, and I've had years when I liked her, and everything in between. So I'm kind of neutral on her. I don't really, I feel like she uses things. It's a lot of branding, and I don't like, I'm a fearful avoidant for anyone who knows attachment style. So I'm like, I sniff out inconsistencies or I don't trust very easily. So I don't really like a lot of the things that seem to contradict in Taylor Swift. However, a lot of people say she's a really nice girl and if so, this is a theory, if she is truly like, if she truly believed that Blake was her friend, and the one thing I feel like is kind of known about Taylor Swift is that she, through the Reputation era, she really kind of narrowed down her friendships, or some friendships blew up in her face or whatever happened. But she, I remember her talking to Zane Lowe. Oh my gosh, I love Zane Lowe. He is so enthusiastic about music. It's like infectious, even though like a lot of the music he's like, oh my gosh, this was so amazing, and you're like, oh, let me listen to it, and it sucks, but I love it still. But she said on that one interview that you really find out who your friends are when your stock is at its lowest or something like that. And so I feel like if she considered Blake her friend and she really trusted her, she shared probably, okay, so A, if Taylor trusted Blake, she shared a lot with her, if not everything. All the skeletons, we all have skeletons. We all have, things we're ashamed of or we would be ashamed if they would come out or anything like that. And so if this was her best friend, that, she was the godmother to her children and all that stuff, I feel like that's safe to assume. That's A. B, if Blake Lively is truly on the narcissistic, like actual narcissism spectrum, and she's using people, or she is very well at manipulating people. Not saying that she is, I'm saying if she is, then that, and even if she's not like all the way there, but just like kind of the the regular Hollywood fall narcissism, how we talk about gaslighting, that kind of narcissism, the colloquial term of it. Either way, like she could have like gotten information out of Taylor or whatever, not necessarily to hold it against her later. Maybe, I don't know that she's that like thoughtful about it. um but like I think subconsciously, or to some people bond like that too, or like I don't know. I feel like she like how she kind of handled this whole thing with Justin. She was like kind of fishing for him to say certain things, or fishing for a certain, I still don't, I'm still having to be convinced about any affair, anyone wanting an affair on any side. I feel like it's more likely with Brendan Sklenar. I've talked about that theory of mine. But besides that, like, she was clearly trying to like make him comfortable, to um establish something, to like for him to reveal his vulnerabilities. And I say that because what did he do? What did they do? Supposedly, allegedly, is use his words against him later. Remember that speech that he was supposed to give, that, I make mistakes, but I own up to them? Literally from her text, or his text to her, his voice, sorry, it was his voice note to her. So or both, I forget. So like she could be doing that with Taylor Swift, so, or maybe both. So I feel like that's kind of becoming more likely, because all of these stories, like, they're friends again, they're not friends again, they're friends again, they're not friends again. All of this back and forth, and all of the quiet from Taylor, one way or another. She's not saying either way, which, yeah, she doesn't say too much, but like, I feel this is big enough that she would have said something through her sources, something. And um, it's been kind of cryptic, and it's gone kind of both ways. I don't know. It's possible. I don't know. The rumor, if anyone asked, I don't know if I started this rumor. Again, I think someone mentioned it, or mentioned something like it today, that like popped into my head, and I went down the rabbit hole more than, they had mentioned it. Maybe it'll come up in one of the videos that I have pulled up here. But yeah, I guess if I started a rumor, let it be that rumor. I don't know. I don't know if that's like the hill I want to like fight on. I'm more than happy to not retract it. And I feel like, freedom of speech so far, that might change. It's kind of changing. It's already changed, so never mind. Whatever. Is Taylor worried about Blake leaking her most private secrets? Dang, I didn't even consider that. Yeah, Taylor is the godmother of all four daughters. Wow, everyone, all her children. Oh goodness, that's a lot. That is a good godmother to have, though. That was smart of Blake Lively, because what, she's like the richest person in the world, or one of the richest people in the world. And yeah, yeah, she's a good, and she's young, so great godmother. Tree Payne usually uses Entertainment Tonight, so all those stories and other outlets are, so yeah. I mean, I feel like any story that says now they're best friends again, or Taylor forgives, it seems like they coincide with certain Blake moves. And then you hear stuff like uh Taylor wants to distance herself or whatever. I don't know, just like the Penn Badgley story, that again, 10, 15, 20, however many years ago, he said that he didn't even say that Blake saved him from fame or pitfalls, or of fame or whatever. Just like in the recent Call Her Daddy podcast, he didn't really say anything about her, but it could be an easy headline anyways. He's very he's very smart about this. Um, but I listened to his podcast a few times, and I think he had a very good sense and head on his shoulders to begin with. And I think that's why maybe they gravitated towards one another as far as, excuse me, like not using any drugs, alcohol, etc., because she doesn't drink. So like things like that. I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. She's a human being at the end of the day, but yeah. But yeah, as the Taylor thing, that again, that's just my theory. Sorry if it's not that exciting, or I don't have the receipts. It's I've been a little like inundated with all this stuff, but um it's just a theory. That's a good question, Arnaldo. Depositions, they just released the subpoenas. Uh didn't someone say like in the summer the depositions, right? Like June or something, or August? Ask two lawyers, or was that something else? No, I think yeah. Isn't it? Or is that something else? It's a good theory. I can't imagine all of the info Blake has on Taylor from over the last decade. Yeah. And maybe the other way around too, who knows? But I feel like the thing with Blake Lively is she changes stories so much that you, even if you, like, Taylor might not even know what's true and what's not. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Uh, I want the judge to respond to, yeah. That's a mega fib. Me too. I'm surprised. There's so many filings that I saw. Lauren has the access to all of them. I only use the court listener, the free version, and they're like not being released. That's a mega fib. Blake sounds like a drunken sailor. Something is fermented in her brain. I didn't think of it that way. Subpoenas for yeah, they're this week. I don't know if I'm sorry, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if subpoenas and deposition go hand in hand, but it sounds like the opposite. I don't know why I remember, I think Ask Two Lawyers were saying something about August for depositions. But I want June. I don't know. And then the other parts, oh gosh, I don't remember who said this, but that they might want to set, like they might be pushing strongly to settle, even though it doesn't seem that way. I mean, they were pretty harsh with the motions to dismiss, but yeah, but also from pressure from Blake Lively and so forth. Yeah, well, according to her, neither her nor her mom have ever been told no. They don't know what the word no means. Blake Lively said that in a simple favor interview. So, yeah. Um yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't settle, but also the lawyers remind us that it's easier said than done. It's easy. I remember someone came into, and I'll get back to my list here, but I remember someone coming to my high school a long time. Long, I can't believe I get to say a long time ago, and they said that they had been in jail. It was like just for a few months or 2 years or something, and for I don't even know what. And but either way, the guy said, it was a guy. He said for people, it's really easy to throw around jail time to people who don't know what it's actually like in there. Like, oh, give him this much, give him more, give him more. And he's like, even like a couple of weeks is a lot. And I think about that a lot with everything when we don't know something, but we judge from the outside and like, oh, this person needs more of this, or even like a positive thing, like, oh, they need more attention, they need more of this. Like, again, attachment style pops into my head. Like, Oftentimes when we're in a relationship, we give the person what we need, what we want, what we would need in their case, and they almost always need the opposite, because we get attracted with people that complement us and have the opposite reaction to the same triggers. So yeah, so I think about that a lot. So uh who knows, as far as like them settling it all. He's been laying low, so maybe I don't know. It's just it's traumatizing all around, and this all of this stuff what she's doing. If it's like feeling this way to us, imagine being on on his side and everyone else on that side. Where it's like I can't even imagine. It's kind of almost like a breakup when the other person's like out and about, and like, everyone believes them, and you're like, wait, but this happened, and they're saying like that this happened to them, it was the opposite or anything like that. So I don't know. So yeah. There's a possibility he might want to like just cut losses and whatever, and also because there is quite a lot of support. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Justin Baldoni is seriously the prime example of when you live and do good. Um, yeah, I'll put that. Oh my gosh, sorry. I suck at putting things up. I never know. I'm still learning very much. But yeah, and the entire universe will favor you. Look at the kid getting so much support. Yeah. It's me because I've said on my lives a few times I don't believe in karma, and I see it in our government situation, and I see it in so many different ways that I don't think that good people win. I think bad people win. I think bad people get rewarded. I think bad people don't get punished. I don't think karma exists, but I will say that this is a pretty good example of, someone good that's getting the support and getting and being seen. Because I think the hardest part is when you're truthful in something and people believe the lies. So he has such a great lawyer on his side too. So yeah. Oh gosh, I'm out of breath. I feel bad for Jen Abel too. Her privacy was completely invaded, and yeah, yeah. But I will say one thing. Yes, he needs justice. I will say one thing. Jen, I'm gonna girl, why, if your phone was taken and you had all the stuff on there and blah blah blah, why did it take you until January to change your passwords? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. That was like my main thing about that story. It just flabbergasted me. I don't know if it was because I grew up with an IT family member, IT parent, and I knew in the 90s about cybersecurity basically. It just was so common sense to me since. I don't know, but apparently it's not to everyone. I still don't understand why she would cross her personal phone with her, existing phone. I don't think that was necessary. I think it's excuses as far as like, oh, PR, and it's, more casual, whatever. I think whatever the excuse is, it's excuse. Um, she never used an iPhone, you mean? Um, Still, but I'm not even talking about the what is it, the iCloud password, which is what she changed. But did she change her other passwords, her email, everything else? Because iCloud does not, it's not everything. Like, if to have like to get into my email, to get into almost anything besides text messages, I need um other passwords, So I don't know at this point if she changed everything. I don't think that's an excuse. I don't care. She's young. She's not 80 years old. She looks 20 or 30, early 30s. No excuse. No excuse. If she's under 45, there's no excuse. No excuse to me. But I guess it is. I don't know. Yeah. I don't recall between Omar and Lauren, but the filing says that Jones tricked and intimidated Abel to give them access to her phone. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what it read like when I read that filing, which was a headache. So I didn't really cover it that much. Um, some people, some phone companies. Okay. I need. I have so much still to get to, and I would chat the whole day with you guys. I will come back to the chat, but I need to like go cold turkey and just get back to the list. So to finish at least this list of like the holes that I feel she has in this speech, for times 100. So yeah. Was it a male coworker? We don't know. It was alluded because that's what fits her brand. Was it attempted to end her mom or coworkers' life? Because to me that was confusing. My first understanding was the coworker was trying to end things for themselves, not her mom. But I guess where the story took us was that. And the only reason I point that out is because of this, like the cognitive dissonance. I think it's the cognitive dissonance or whatever it is. There's something psychological. I'm kind of behind my psychology terms and notions, but it's just kind of very clear that when you're presenting a story and you have all these holes in it and you're just saying enough to make someone understand what you want them to understand, but you're omitting things that would clarify things that might change the whole story is kind of what I'm trying to get at. And it could be the same story that it appears to be. But the thing is, like, we don't know, and she's not a credible person at this point, Blake Lively. Was it DV? Was my other question. It didn't seem like it because Melanie shared a horrendous personal story of her mom, and that was kind of a combination. And so, like, it could have been that for her mom too, but we don't know. Um, and then what did the woman on the radio have to do with her story? This was a little too much for me to write that, I will say, because yeah, this is why I started my YouTube when I did just the vlogging and just anything. Like I really feel that when we share, sharing is caring. So when we share our experiences, whether it's something this deep or something light, whether it's like not an ad, but literally one of my favorite things right now, the passion fruit meringue tartlets from Trader Joe's, things like that. Whatever it is, we learn, we evolve, we grow, we have more knowledge, we accumulate more knowledge, and we make different decisions and so forth. And so I think that was a little too mean on my end to write that. But I think it is kind of like, I guess the question I have is, again, just because of her credibility, did it actually happen? Does anyone remember Delilah, the radio host? Here it was like WDOK 102.1 Delilah, but she was, I think, from Seattle, and she was awesome. And I feel like that's where it could have been on that kind of radio show. And I I feel like it's too much to for a radio show to have gone into detail enough like she's alluding that they went into on the show, but who knows. um Jones would give me an ulcer. Yeah, I would have not lasted in that. Well, maybe when I was younger, I don't know, I was pretty rebellious like when I was younger too. Oh my gosh, made people cry. That's so sad. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, where was this radio show? Um and again, yeah, this is like too much to ask, I guess, or whatever, but like uh it's just like the credibility is not there, so like it needs to be asked. How did this person saying her story save her mom? If it was, it sounded like it was years later, but I think that's what I understood. That she didn't say like the next day or whatever. It said one day is what Blake said. And so it could have been a few days later, it could have been a few weeks, months, or years later. And so I'm kind of confused with how this woman saved saved her mom. There's another word that could have been used, like she helped her mom process her trauma or seek help to process her trauma or whatever. Those I feel are big phrases for Blake Lively, and I don't, I don't like bullying people. But that escaped my mouth. I'm sorry. Sometimes she gets to me. She brings out some of the worst in me. But like yeah, like how did it actually save her mom through the shared experience? She kind of said that. The other big thing, why was her mom ashamed? She said that her mom, her whole life, concealed her raw and undeserved shame, which again sounds like something SHSAS something. What was the shame? It doesn't make sense. It's not lining up. It's not going together. It's not making sense. I'm saying that as if repeating it will make more sense. She was so vague, Arnaldo. Yeah. Her mama did force Blake dad to change his last name. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. Not only change his last name to hers, but I believe that was her ex's, right? I'm 99% sure that Blake oh my gosh, what's her name? Blake Lively. Can't believe I just did that. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I actually have merch that was because I said food salad by mistake and then I corrected myself. Um but yeah, so um because of the whole word salad. But yeah, Blake Lively's mom made her dad change his last name to Lively, who was, I believe, her first husband's last name. I'm like 99% sure. I remember like finding that out. Um and I wish I could like go, I think I can find it really quick. What's her mom's name? Well, I think it was on Wikipedia, so who knows, maybe it wasn't um accurate. Sorry. Okay. I just want to, this is not like a promotion. Oh, buy my merch. This is just because I really like the whole food salad. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. So, I think I'm going to go through this because it's a big one, I feel. Ernie, let's see. Ernie, does it say here? I didn't know he passed away either, which is so sad. I know that was like in the complaint, in the CRD complaint, but it didn't like it didn't match up in my brain until later. So okay, Lively was born. Yeah, so he was Ernest Wilson Brown, and yeah, he took his wife's name from her prior marriage to Ronald Lively. Now, tell me if that's not what, you know, sounds like narcissism or something crazy, something that's not usual you and I. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are some people here that have narcissism, and so I guess no offense or whatever, because you're humans too, you're people too, and they're people too. But like, this is really crazy. This is like crazy. It's one thing to have your husband take your last name, and another thing to take your previous husband's last name. Yeah, exactly, Ashley. They are very alike, her and her mom, as far as like what Blake is saying. I think Blake just kind of has learned too much from her mom. She shouldn't have. So yeah, Elaine McAlpin Lively is her mom. Yeah. Um, yeah, Elise. Yeah, it was a weird name that it sounded like Blake said. But whew, gosh, yeah, she can't keep her story straight. Blake was in an interview previously, according to Sleuths, that said she didn't know anyone in her life that had been. Yeah, yeah, I was saying that earlier. Like, we didn't forget that, Blake. We didn't forget that. I gave her a little credit, saying, "Hey, maybe her mom didn't share that information with her until more recently." I know, don't hate me. Don't hate me, because I do say, like, I do give not benefit of the doubt. I would say, like, I do like kind of thinking of like multiple sides of the same story, because I actually don't do it on purpose. It just kind of comes to me and I spit it out because I don't have much of a filter. um but yeah, so I don't know, but it's very, very suspicious. um so yeah. So I but again, so I and she was she had a raw and undeserved shame. Now again, this was before Blake, and I'm guessing maybe before her, for before Ernest Ernie. Um and so maybe she developed this tough exterior and this like don't take no for an answer, because sometimes victims of horrendous things put on this like really hard shell, and they, bully people who've been bullied become bullies. And when it's like even harder trauma, you don't necessarily do the same stuff that was done to you, but you become less empathetic towards people because you've gone through some really bad stuff, and you're like, oh well, no one cared about me, or I didn't have any way to like, combat this. They didn't get justice, etc., etc. So I will just like move through the world like I, belong here. And just, there's this Romanian phrase that like, dai din coate, like you do this basically, you elbow your way through it. So it could have been that why Elaine has this reputation with people that have talked about her, and also from Blake's own recounting of her mom in various interviews that sound like very much that woman that is not very nice, is not very empathetic or kind, is is not is it's hard, is a hard person. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because of this trauma. I don't know. Again, it's just like it's convenient timing. It's not even convenient time. It's a confusing timing as far as what she was put on this list for. Um, but it's just like really just strange. Um, Ryan also filed a motion to dismiss because he had nothing to do with this. Yet Blake is all over promo for the film, saying how much Ryan helped. Yeah, he's all over the film. Yeah, yeah. But why am I in this? That's a good point. Um, I don't think she supports them. We can also talk about, people like Katy Perry, who definitely supports someone, you know, that I feel like years, maybe it's not been that many years. It seems like years later, she knew better, but she did at that point. I don't remember. What I've seen from Blake's interviews on Harvey is that she was like, I don't know, I didn't have that experience personally with him, but that's horrible. And she always goes into her word salad and brand, like, and this is like not just in our industry, but in every industry and in every workplace and blah blah blah. She goes into her speech and spiel. Um, but yeah, hey, so the Amazing Alice Rich played a lot more of the speech, and it sounds like Bleak's mom was a little, yeah. Um, yeah, okay, so yeah, so I'll play. I watched it on page six's video, whatever, YouTube, but I have two more points, I think. Oh, yeah, I already talked about the radio. Like, what radio was this? Was it Delilah? I don't know. What's the timeline? And then, just what in the world is going on? And Andy's Amber Heard took her assistant's story, and now Blake's taking her mom's story. So this is the speech. I'll play in and out because I got in trouble. This is not, what was it, The Daily Show? The Daily Show does not like you to show any bit of it. So I'm gonna, come in and out of this.
Good evening. Thank you, Time, for having all of us. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. To be an honoree amongst you all, as well as those who have come before, is surreal and deeply significant. In a time where the most valuable currency seems to be anger.
I have to stop already. I did have, so that, because that was my first moment of, is there like racism going on here? And I recognize that women's rights as a whole has been an issue, and women's voices as a whole has been an issue. But again, she was recognized for donating to the NAACP. So I feel like my brain, when I'm like hearing her and listening to her, it's like with that context too. So it made me think, um wait, what did she say it now, or did she say it later? Sorry. About like her having a voice or something. Like, she's always had a voice. Sorry. I'm already out.
For having all of us. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. To be an honoree amongst you all, as well as those who have come before, is surreal and deeply significant.
I was ahead of myself. Sorry. I'll come back to that point.
In a time where the most valuable currency seems to be anger, it feels like an act of defiance to commune and celebrate all the good that is alive in the world.
So why did you file a lawsuit or whatever, a CRD complaint? This is tying, I want to tie it to the NYT, to the New York Times piece that came out today too, that supposedly on Information and Belief, I think Lauren was saying, I do have her video. Let me go to that actually. I believe, and you guys, because a lot of you are here from Lauren's video or channel. Correct me if I'm wrong, that she said what she was reading, that New York Times apparently had said to the Blake camp that they cannot publish things because they're kind of unlegally or illegally or not, they're conspicuous or whatever, the text message and so forth. So it seemed like that's when they went to, because if I remember the timeline, in August, Blake Lively did something, or the whole like text came, or the phone was seized, etc., etc. And then it seemed like she filed that complaint in August or something. And then New York Times, they had what, September, as early as September, things ready for an article. And so that's pretty like believable.
On the other, needed to create a veneer of legitimacy. The Lively parties likely anticipated or were told directly the New York Times would not traffic in stolen communications under these circumstances and needed the color of law.
I always, for everyone that's new, I always link every video and every link, everything that I use in my description at the end. So I'll link this because it's obviously worth a listen. I need to catch up on her videos, and I need to catch up on the filings. But it's, it's worth a listen to all of it. But what? So going back to this, when she was saying, kind of track here, um, that it's like, you know, in a time where aggression or anger is like currency, which I mean, true, that's social media and the government is using anger to make us do or say or think or whatever, or be complacent even. um and celebrating what's good and stuff is hard to come by. But again, what are you freaking you're doing the exact opposite, Blake. What are you freaking doing to match your words? Your actions are opposite to your words. Your actions do not match your words. Sorry. I need to pull up this yeah, this speech has left me stunned. Me too. It wasn't that I couldn't speak necessarily. I was stunned. I was like, "What?" I mean, we all were. Andy's reaction, everyone's reaction was like, did this actually happen?" And it goes on. So let me continue.
And the many here tonight who either challenge the systems and or who show us that magic exists in earth in their gifts, talents, bravery, art, and life.
Branding. She's all about magic. This she is one of those people that she should be studied in marketing for also what you should and shouldn't do, or like what like a good example of marketing and personal brand and branding yourself and you as a brand, because she does it so obviously. It's so easy to tell. She has certain keywords. It's kind of like SEO. She's an walking SEO. She has certain words that she keeps repeating, like magic, and also the way that she says it. Like the smile and her voice sounds more airy and all this stuff. It is like copying and pasting all of these things. So that kind of bothered me. Sorry. Kind of digressing, not really.
So tonight I applaud each of you. We can clap. It's an interesting thing to be called influential. It's most definitely an honor, but what does influence mean? By definition, it's the capacity to have an effect on the character, development, or behavior of someone or something.
Now, I'll say, and I'm sorry I'm stopping and going, like I said, it's a lot for like, copyright issues or whatever, and also because I have a lot to say. But I'll link this below if you want to watch it. I think this is like, if not the whole speech, it's like really comprehensive. From the beginning, there's a tiny bit. It's weird. They cut out. I think their phone died or something, but they cut out just like 2 words. But anyways, the capacity to have an effect on the character development or on someone or something, whatever, doesn't say that you need a positive or a negative. And she for sure has a lot of negative impact on a lot of different people right now. Whew.
To have an effect. That's not only an honor, it's a significant responsibility. How we use that matters. Who and what we stand up for and what we stay silent about, what we monetize versus what we actually live matters.
It's so painful every single time. Every single time. It's a significant responsibility that she's not acknowledging the weight of. She does have a lot of responsibility. Being a public figure, and for whatever reason and to whatever extent, she has a huge responsibility. She has a lot of influence. And so for her, and now I think of my friend, my ex friend, who, you know, just was taking her side, blinded by their own unhealed trauma. And I, she has so much responsibility to those people who are hurting, who went through some horrendous things, and who are looking to her to be their like one chance of redemption that they didn't get from their, you know, the people that hurt them. And like, oh, if she gets justice, we get justice. And the one thing is, regardless whether she does or doesn't, and she has experienced what she says she experienced, what or she hasn't, regardless, at the end of the day, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. People that went through something, they need to go to like heal themselves and to go through their own process. um but she has so much responsibility towards especially those people. Those are not only victims once, they're victims every time someone in this way monetizes off of them and uses their experience for their benefit, uses them. And I remember like my first viral video or whatever, that was when I was like, I don't know, should I say this? Should I not say this? This is controversial, maybe. I'll probably get a lot of hate. And a lot of people actually liked it because it was when she or her publicist or lawyers or whatever came and said, oh, see, this is exactly like the abuser handbook or whatever. Remember that moment? And I was like, oh my gosh, you are not speaking for women. You are not speaking for victims. Stop roping us into your issue. It's not, it's so disrespectful and so harmful. So she's talking about this responsibility, significant responsibility of influencing people. And it's like she's literally not living up to that. What she's alluding that she's taking so seriously, she's not taking seriously. She's harming people. She's harming people like her own mom because now she's not really believed. We're all questioning, like, is this story and all this stuff because of how she is not credible and she's speaking about the story and she's using the story. So that just got to me a lot. And I also wrote how she keeps going, how we use that matters, who and what we stand up for, and we're a lot of us are standing up for Justin. Is she hearing us? Who we stand up for matters. She's not hearing it. It's like the more that she does this thing, the more backlash she gets, and she's not reading the room. And not that she doesn't have her own supporters and stuff, for sure. What we stay silent about matters, and what we monetize. Oh boy. Oh boy. What we actually live matters. She's not living her story. She might be confused because, when liars lie, they sometimes believe their own lies because they say them so much. For her, it's like I'm thinking again about the branding. She is such a brand for since she was what 19 or 20 that she's like continuously. I think she doesn't know who she is, and she's believing her own brand, and she doesn't really realize the difference between what she's living and the brand that she is. Does that make sense? Did that make sense on that one? I don't know. Um, can you check this? Um, people are say Daily Mail broke news of Van Zandt sued. I believe content creator Melanie of this group was first. I literally watched her live 2 days before. Check on who broke the news or check on the news. Like what the document says. Um, she's sorry, she's too perfect to be the victim at all. I would not say that at all. I don't think that's a thing. But I will say, as far as like I remember, towards the beginning of this when you think of Harvey Weinstein and stuff and how she's like, I don't know that Harvey. I didn't have that experience. And I'm like, people were saying, oh, maybe, she's gone through her own stuff. And I'm like, early on, we learned so much. I didn't know because I wasn't that much of a fan. But I learned so much about her family. It seems like she was kind of untouchable. I don't know that she herself said that she hasn't gone through anything like this. Um, and so I feel like, yeah, her family has her very protected, just by who they are. But just because she's, and I don't know, maybe you meant that like more, yeah, that I was about to say that maybe that she thinks this way, that, oh, I'm too perfect to be a victim. Yeah, in that sense, maybe. Um but it's like, okay, so back to the branding. I feel like she believes her own brand and she forgets life, reality from brand. Um and like, maybe my marketing background does come into in hand sometimes, and I don't even realize it. But when I hear her talk, I just hear a brand. I don't hear a human being talking. People picked on Justin for this. My ex friend, actually, she said a lot of his like stuff was so fake, and he would be so fake, and he was too scripted or whatever. And it was his brand, and people talked about that. And so you can hear it. So when you hear him in his TED talk or whatever, yeah, there is that brand. There is that brand. When he talks about his personal stories, though, he also talks about his personal stories. And there's a difference when someone, I mean, obviously, she's not talking about her personal story, but still, even if it was her, because he's spoken about, other people's, there's a level of understanding of that story. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, versus like this, like just these like SEO keywords that, you throw in and all that stuff. But yeah, but this like monetizing, it was definitely like a jab at us. I'm not monetized actually. But well, hopefully one day, either way, like uh YouTube, TikTokers, whatever, all these content creators that are monetized. That's a very, I mean, it can mean a lot of things, but I feel like in this, she's definitely alluding to this lawsuit through all of this. So in this context, I feel like it's a call to content creators that are monetized in that specific language. Um, Maybe it's not. Maybe it's also just like film and stuff. But again, what did she do? She monetized the DV film with her alcohol brand. That I mean, that never gets old, to how like just just brain deaf she was with that. It it pales in comparison to even the coloring book that Colleen released, and the nail polish. Like, even those were not that bad, and those were pretty bad too. But to name an alcohol drink while you wait for a press conference or whatever, um for DV, this character that supposedly, is you know doing DV to another character. I don't know. I'm short circuiting a little bit. And the other part was, um watch Bohemian Diva. I think my last live was my live from Monday. That I talked about how, like, was it actually a DV movie? And Bohemian Diva makes some really compelling comments as to what this movie was, and how it made the puzzle pieces fit. Because when I saw It Ends With Us, I felt like something was like different. Like, I couldn't put my finger on it, why it felt like unfinished, or, and I thought, oh, maybe it was the editing or whatever. But I kind of enjoy that they didn't show what happened until the end. But you made a not a, but a few very good points as to, like, So she got hit when she was running after him. She chased him. Um, even like there were so many things. I don't know. The movie, the book was a little different. Um, I need to make that movie about the rooftop scene sequence comparison. But yeah, like I don't know. But that's like a whole. I'm deviating, and I'm supposed to also look up Daily Mail article and keep this going. So, all right. Anything else to? Oh, and I just said hypocrisy, just in big letters. That's what I said to this part. What we monetize versus what we actually live matters. Yes. How about you, Blake? Live compassion instead of monetizing it. Live empathy instead of monetizing it, where you clearly don't even understand it. It's just kind of a foreign language to you. Like her compassion and empathy are just they fall so superficial for some reason, and everyone talks about how like great she is. What's her name? Selma Hayek. How like Blake was a mother to her when Blake was like on set. And I need to still get to the Oliver Stone stuff. I was going to today, but no time. But I was like, ooh, there's some psychology stuff over there for a grown, I think she was in her 40s, middle aged woman, Salma Hayek, to consider a 26, 29, whatever, how old she was, year old girl, her mom. Oh, there's like psychology there. There's psychology there. Um, what's crazy? Let's see. Forcing people to drink and press junkets. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was so bad. Oh my. Oh, that was so gross. That was so gross. Not only the drinking, but just how like she was almost mean. Like she was not a human being. With Shirley's boyfriend, I forget his name. Magnus, oh my god. Magnus, I think. Um yeah. What if they have a condition where they can't drink or have a substance abuse problem? Right. What if they have a substance abuse problem? They're not going to say that, especially like they might not be abstaining from alcohol. They might still be in the problem. Exactly. That was the first thing that I thought of, and yeah, grab and move people around. Yes, I have that as a video. Yeah, I think from Elsie's. Yeah, like her own mom. Like she just can't help herself. Okay, keep going with this though.
I have so much to say about the last 2 years of my life, but tonight is not the forum. What I will speak to separately is the feeling of being a woman who has a voice today. And since I could speak, because of the pain, caution, and fight of the many women who have paved the way and the men who stood beside them.
This was what I was talking about at the beginning that sounded like it had some, not, it wasn't all, but it had a little bit of racism in it. And this might be really off. I don't know. I might be wrong. Um so yeah, she has a lot to say of the last 2 years. Also correct me if I'm wrong, if I wrote it somewhere else, but um what did she say? Speak to something differently or something. Oh, what I will speak to separately is, and I'm like, grammar, English grads, help me out. Let me know if that's correct English, because it doesn't sound like correct English. It does not sound like it's correct. But anyways, moving on. The feeling of being a woman who has a voice today. I screamed in my head, and I wrote in all caps, "You were born in extreme privilege. Blonde, blue eyed, white, Hollywood family. What are you talking? California. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" And then she goes on. I was premature in that. And since I could speak, and I said it the same confusing way that she did. So she was saying like she has had a voice today and since she was born, basically, because of the pain, caution, and fight of the many women who have paved the way and the men who stood beside them, which I felt like Yeah, like Justin. I don't know, Justin. Ryan Reynolds. What has Ryan Reynolds done for her or any woman? Didn't sound like he did much for Alanis Morissette or Scarlett Johansson. It seemed like he did quite the opposite for them, based on kind of them alluding to things, or like people sniffing things out. What has he done for women, to stand beside women, to empower their voices? Where has Ryan empowered women's voices? He does, plays, creates, whatever, Deadpool. Where has, who, I talked about the what's her name, Morena, I forget, her whole thing didn't seem like that he empowered her. It seemed kind of the opposite. It seemed like he did a whole Justin to her. Or maybe it was like this team of Blake and Ryan, like, oh, like, I'm jealous, don't give her a spot on the red carpet with you, stuff like that. What is she talking about as far as that? And then the racism part that felt racist to me was, again, I was premature in like my reaction. But yeah, she has so much privilege. She would have had a voice, maybe not as much, not nearly as much, of course, before suffrage and all that stuff, but like, she would have had a voice. Well, I mean, if she was royalty, she would have had a voice, in Europe back in the day when there were slaves. So what is she talking about? What is she talking about? And I think if this was someone else, and if there was a different context, this was probably not the worst thing to say. So I'll give her that part. Um, but it's just, I think that's the thing. It's insulting coming from her. And yeah, right? It just feels off to me. It feels off with what I've learned about racism, about slavery, and about privilege and white privilege and all this stuff. It just feels off for her to say this. But I'll let I'm sure Bohemian Diva will like dig into this soon enough, and I'll let her. She has a lot more knowledge on this, and a lot more to say. But that's just like my weird, Romanian import to the US, trying to understand and be the best human I can be opinion. So I'm sorry if that I got that wrong. Um, her hubby put their young daughter in a movie scene. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yeah. I forgot about that. There's too many things that he did bad. Saying filthy, not just filthy, but like some of the word. Like, I don't know that I can think of anything worse. Can not don't write it in, but can you think of anything worse for a father or parents to make their like child, or any child, say? Yeah, Blake promoted that. Ask Melanie King or another black woman how they feel about. Oh yeah, yeah. I was lightly mentioned Bohemian Diva in my live on Monday or last Friday. I talked about, like, she was just tearing into that, and I was like, yeah, this is like just horrible. What are we doing? And like, also, like, I forget now her name, but the woman that wrote for her, like, they were not very happy with her either. Understandably so. They live in another reality. Yep, absolutely. I'm the dog. Oh, Portuguese. I get the thing about doing the best you can. Yeah, yeah. I know, it's like so interesting. In some ways, it's helpful when you're like, because I left Romania when I was 10, so I didn't really have too much of like adulthood. I mean, I didn't have any adulthood there to understand like the ways of adults and all these like big concepts. And I came here and I learned, and I think I was like fortunate enough to be in places, in schools, and have the friends I had and the people around me that opened my mind instead of like made me go down a closed mind. But there's so much I still have to learn. But I just like what I learned. It's like, oh gosh. But yeah, oh yeah, absolutely child abuse as far as the what's her name? What's her name? The child's name? Inez? Yeah. Um yeah. Ah, man. And he's not getting anything for it. I don't see any child services going after Ryan Reynolds and or Blake Lively for that or anything like that. But they have voices now because of the people, the women that came before them and all this stuff that, I mean, and also the insult to that, the insult to the women, regardless of the color, but even especially like the black women, the African women, the African American women, all the generations, like that, like risk their lives, put their lives on the line for her. And this is how she's using the privilege, not okay, not the privilege, but that oh gosh, this is how she's respecting them. This is how she's using the platform she has as a result of everyone that came before, whatever, if whether or not, let's put the privilege part to the side, but this is how she's using, because she's feeling like she recognizes that she's privileged, that she is, you know, she's not showing gratitude, but she's speaking and alluding to having gratitude. I don't hear that she has gratitude, but that might just be my bias right now. But okay, so you have this gratitude. How are you using that? What platform? You have this huge platform, and how are you using that? You're just like, just destroying, and just such an insult to everyone who fought and who put their lives, and just even currently all the things that are happening in like Gaza and Ukraine, all those women, because let's focus on just women, all those women in India, and because I just read something about Pakistan and India, and like all those women, and China, and all the places, all those women that are breaking their backs, and you are creating this stupid, what seems like kind of fake, it looks kind of fake lawsuit and law battle, and all that money that could go to women, that could go to victims, that could go to so many places. You're paying lawyers to be in this lawsuit, in this law fight, in this whatever, for lies, what it seems like lies, or inflated stories, or mild um SH, not SA, to like use that differentiation that we're talking about. Ooh, some Portuguese. Oh, I love it. Um, sorry. That was a nice break. But yeah, I forget what I was at. But yeah, like something about the platform that she's taking advantage of, and oh yeah, and yeah, the money that she's wasting instead of like, actually doing something good. Like imagine if she would just have spoke about, oh yeah, I went through some tough times or this or whatever, and I want to do more for the victims and whatever. That is working and doing things for victims and supporting victims and helping victims of any kind of abuse or of anything. That is doing something. Making a movie, putting, action behind your words, behind your sentiments, not suing a man who doesn't seem like he did anything, and two men, sorry. And, people have spoken about the racism part of that one too with Jamie. So like not doing that and suing women and firing women off the set and all this stuff. That's not being what you're talking about right here. I'm like really going off. um it's so cool to see like language. Um like different language. Language. It's so cool to see language. Oh my gosh. I kind of lost track of my rant, of my passion. Sometimes when I get passionate about something, my brain's like, no, we cut you off, Arena. You're going too much. You're too excited. You have too much to say. We don't know. We're getting into that territory where you're, because I like in those moments I get into yeah, um I get into the like not a blackout, but kind of. I usually whenever I speak, I forget what I said. Like I spoke it, so it's out there. It's not my business anymore. So I have that anyways, but when I get impassioned or passionate about something, it's really strong. Like and I don't have a I mean I don't have a sensor in general, but I definitely don't have a sensor there, and I just go with it and it feels right and all the stuff. And then my brain, I think it does like, hold on. Are we about to say something that's like wrong? And so it stops me. So I kind of lost track of what I was saying, but back to her. Ooh, estou feliz. I know a little bit. I know how to pronounce more than I wouldn't be able to say. Ivete Sangalo. But that's Brazil, not Portugal. Okay, so then the trigger warning, which was it you, Angel, or Arnaldo who said that? That's like a trigger warning where? What did she say that was actually triggering? And also, she didn't even. She did give time, but it seemed like she wasn't even giving time for people to, put their like headphones in or something, because they probably wouldn't just walk out. That would probably be weird, and that would. I feel like for traumatized people, speaking again, not for every traumatized person, but from my perspective, I would feel extra uncomfortable to get up and leave, because that would just put the spotlight on me and people like, oh, okay, this is like you have a story. So I'm like, I don't need that attention. But yeah, anyways.
Millions I will never know the name of, because every life, every act, big or small, affects another. Before I say more, I want to warn that I will speak about tonight covers trauma, so please feel free to step away if you need. My life was influenced most by my mother, sitting here tonight, Willie Elaine McAlpin.
Willie. Right? We heard that right? Willie Elaine McCalkin? I read it earlier, but whatever. And I see you, Isabel. That's what my thumbs up was. Wait, where is I?
Me messages, hooping and hollering and saying, "Whoop, life's just a bowl of cherries." It's true, always. And she'll get your number tonight. She'll leave you those messages, so please be warned. But at her urging and her unwavering bravery, she wanted me to share with you that she is.
So she mentions here that her mom apparently urged, that's a strong word, urged Blake to talk about this. I'm still trying to understand what the big story was, and that is a little I wouldn't say lack of empathy, because I'm just confused, and I'm a little shut down. I'm guarded. I have a shield up. I have a guard up. But yeah, so if she urged her daughter to share her story, why didn't she share her story? That's my thing.
Is a survivor of the worst crime someone can commit against a woman.
I can't listen to that and just like be okay after I know now what's following that is not. It's just so. I think my ex calls it dog whistling. I don't know if this is dog whistling. I think this is a full on blowhorn. Is it a blowhorn? What is that? Those like megaphones? That's what this feels like.
I've watched her conceal her raw and undeserved shame my entire life. So as her daughter, being asked to share this today is monumental. If we name it, we change it.
So she does say that she's watched her what is it? Her shame, concealing her shame, raw, whatever, her whole life. someone please like illuminate. Someone like be a devil's advocate for me in the chat. You know, no one will come at you. Just I want because I'm trying hard to be my own devil's advocate of like what it like I'm for to be serious and not just like getting into the drama of it all for a second. Like I really genuinely don't understand the relationship between the shame and the story because it seemed like this was a violent thing, not a sexual thing. So I want to understand what this. I don't understand the raw shame that she's talking about for her whole life. The whole story too, but like yeah. Anyways, she's a famous child acting coach. Yeah, she made it purposely vague. It was an attempt on her life, not essay. Yeah, yeah.
Just as our fellow Time 100 honoree, the incredible Giselle Pellicot, put it to every woman who it's not for us to
Literally, the only thing that they took out, because I forget who showed the other one. What is it? Giselle Pellicot or whatever. Had written or something like that. So I think their phone just cut off, or maybe they're like, oh, well, I'm just bored. But that's all that was cut off. I was like, whatever. I'm old enough to recall Blake tried this scam playbook with many major. Oh, did she? What playbook? Tell more, Palaver. Um, so sorry, I forgot to read. She made it purposely vague, so people could draw their own conclusions. Yeah. Wait, there was something else that I wanted to read. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. It's triggering. Well, I forget. That wasn't what I wanted to read. Triggering to claim someone else's victimhood. I've seen this done for sympathy and attention before. Yeah. Yeah. But again, like moms, moms will do anything for us. So who knows what that was. Um, but yeah, it makes me think a little bit, and this is so weird, but because it's like a court. Oh, gosh, this is such a weird story. We'll find out. I feel like everyone has their silos, like what their strengths, what they're really good at. And when I think of who can find out the backstory of this, who has the ability to find out the details, I think of Elsie. She's to me like the detective of the YouTubers. Lauren's like the one that's on top of the filings, the court filings, etc. I know you guys watch Omar. I've watched some of his stuff, but Ask Two Lawyers too. There's some, on the law side of like actually interpreting those things. And then there's like Andy, who from Popcorn Planet, who I don't know what his strength is. I don't know. He finds some things too. And Melanie, and I'm not mentioning Donna. I have to make that video about her on about our exchange. That just made me really frustrated every time I see something now on like on Instagram. It just gets to me. I'm like, what now, Donna? But yeah, but yeah, for everyone who is curious, I'll post on my Patreon, which is in development. It's not. I'm one person, so I'm trying to figure all of that out. But yeah. So Donna has her like girly, gossipy vibe and strength, and she has the insider connections and I just cannot watch her after the interactions that we had just recently. So, too bad. I guess I don't. I guess I don't need it that much anymore. And there was someone. Oh, Dave Neal. I love Dave. Dave. He's my inspiration, or he's my like the better version of me. This is who I aspire to be in some ways, as far as like just fair and open and about compassion. Speak of like compassion and stuff. And yeah, but anyways, so I hope we get to the bottom of the story. Not to like relive, to make her mom relive the trauma or anything like that. Um, I just like a couple of details of like, what was this actually? And was it a male coworker? What was the relevance? Maybe it wasn't relevant. Maybe it was just like Survivor or whatever. And but yeah, and her saying that she's like going to talk about her last 2 years, it's just so crazy. Because I feel like she believes it, like Justin said in that text message. She's one of those people that believes she's right regardless, and she will like go to extreme lengths to get her way. And I'm, I still feel unsure, but it seems more and more day by day that Blake actually believes her own story and is so like detached from objective reality to understand the disproportionate nature of what she's believing. That's like my opinion. Um, Shame is not by what happened or went through. That's why we are called survivors. My shame was that I did deserve it. Oh, now I know better. Okay. But yeah, but okay. All right. It's just like an interesting way for me to see this kind of trauma, this kind of situation causing shame. So I literally generally, and I think I understand a little bit more now, Maria. But yeah, I genuinely asked because I didn't really understand how that, like I can understand other shames, but yeah. Um, she said, I still feel like it was probably more for PR sake, but maybe that's why it feels kind of off to me. She said that about her own mom in an interview, that her mom is never wrong. Yep. Yep. She doesn't know no. Her mom doesn't know what the word no means. Um, Side eyes for Zach and Donna. I never got into Zach. I liked him like when he was on something, on someone else's, maybe Donna's or whatever. But yeah, I never got into him, so I don't know too much about him. It's not popular these days, but yeah. Well, I don't know. It got popular. There was a moment where a lot of people quit Donna. And I was like, no, I'll hang on for a little bit longer. And I was like, nope. Just, I think, was it last week or whenever? Yeah. Um, yeah. Anyways, getting back to this. All right. So the trigger warning, her mom, survivor of the worst crime against a woman, and I have a bunch of like question marks, question mark to that, after she said what it actually was. It's not for us to have shame. Oh yeah, she's getting to that. Hold on.
Have shame. It's for them. Heliko put it to every woman who. It's not for us to have shame. It's for them.
Super painful, because I really feel for Justin, and things like this make me feel for him even more, make me, ground myself into reality a bit more, because the more you, distance yourself, the more you kind of question, like, is it that bad or whatever? And then you hear a phrase like this, and I literally wrote, Amen. As far as Blake is concerned, as far as it's for Blake Lively to have shame and Ryan Reynolds, yes, I stand by that. It is not for Justin to have shame. It is not for Jamie to have. It is not for Jamie to have shame that he entered, her dressing room or whatever trailer, when she said that they could come in or whatever. She established kind of that baseline, whatever, and he came in and he looked her in her eye when she was breastfeeding. Those eyes, those eyes. It is not for them to have shame. It is for Blake to have shame. Absolutely. I stand by that quote. Good quote, Blake. Wrong person. Yeah. Irony. Oh.
My mom never got justice from her work acquaintance who attempted to take her life when she was the mother of 3 young kids years before I was born.
Sorry, I interrupt because I want to take the moment. Yes. I don't know what that was for, but I feel like that applies to so many things right now. Um, to me, when I wrote this, I said, who attempted? Like, again, that coworker, because to me, I don't know why, it sounded like the coworker attempted for themselves, not for Blake Lively's mom. But I guess it was for Blake Lively's mom, but also it was vague. She didn't specify, and it's hard. Credibility.
She has always credited her beating heart today with the story she heard from another woman.
Sorry, one more thing. So I said, I'm sorry, no disrespect to her mom if she was a victim of that. And I say this and it pains me. And I've said this a few times already. Like, it physically pains me to not to have questions and to have doubts at this story, or to even talk about this story in the way that I've been talking about it, where it's not putting it down necessarily. I'm not putting her mom down. Like, I'm not really talking about her mom or her mom's experience or the story that her mom carries with her. I'm talking about Blake and her rendition of it and her choice, whether it was urged by her mom after maybe Blake asked her to, could be also whatever. Like, it's just like, that's what I'm talking about. But yes, but I said, but this is what Blake's BS causes. It is her responsibility, and it should be her shame of how it's not hard for even her own mom to be believed. How it's now, autocorrect, how it's now hard for even her own mom to be believed. It's hard for us to believe her mom because of Blake's actions. So she should be ashamed of that. And imagine all the women that she won't even know.
In a similar circumstance, speaking on the radio as my mom drove home one day, entirely unaware of the future ahead in which she would call upon this critical moment to save her own life. The woman.
Oh, okay. So this story came before the incident. That is pretty crazy. Sometimes, maybe what she says, again, would be actually good stuff if someone else wrote it for her or something. Because sometimes I think it just gets lost in her translation.
Painfully and graphically shared how she escaped. And because of hearing that woman speak to her experience instead of shutting down in fear and unfair shame, my mom is alive today. She was saved by a woman whose name she'll never know. I am alive and standing here with you all today, being honored because of a woman whose name I'll never know.
Let's correct that sentence, because that's not why you're honored. I mean, it's correct English, but like, it's misleading. Judge.
I am here, and my mom is here, because that woman not only survived, but she told others how. It's a silent torch of womanhood that we come to know, a pact that privately we must show others how to survive, literally or spiritually.
I think Andy picked on that, literally or spiritually. I don't know. This part, honestly, like, it wasn't that crazy to me. And the other thing that popped into my head just now as I was listening, I think of, again, so this is so trivial, so trigger warning, I guess, in a way, because this is not deep enough. And so, like, anyways, um but I remember when I was young, like, I don't know, high school maybe, and I remember Naomi Watts. This is such a ridiculous story, but I will say that, like, I kind of understand what she was going for here, and this is my personal like moment of realizing that, and also having gone through the last few years, um whether intentional or unintentional, being shamed for speaking not censored and speaking my experiences, however important or deep or not, however superficial and frivolous they were. But with that in mind, because watching Naomi Watts, this is so stupid. So stupid. Get ready for this. This is really like ridiculous. But watching Naomi Watts on the Ellen DeGeneres show, which is an interesting full circle, not really moment, because it ends with us, Ellen, Lily, whatever. But Naomi mentioned how when she was younger, she used to have interviews on the toilet, like in her bathroom. She would go to the bathroom and sit on the toilet or whatever. I don't know if she was like going to the bathroom or just going into the bathroom room and sitting on the toilet and pretending or imagining to have like talk show interviews or something. Um, Probably no one remembers this. This was so significant to me because it was something that I felt shame. Talk about shame. I felt shame about because I would do the same thing. Um, imagine being on Ellen or Craig Ferguson. Oh gosh, where was he? Did he ever do some crazy stuff? He was a crazy person, or whatever. And speaking about I don't know anything like projects, kind of envisioning projects that I would be a part of, or some political commentary and opinion that I had that I wanted to share, or whatever it was. I was an influencer before influencers existed. It was in my spirit to be one, and I suck at influencing. But I always loved having how these people have a really good platform to share, and I always also imagine like I wanted to make it clear that it wasn't like I wanted people to have exactly my opinions or thoughts or whatever on whatever I was speaking of in these imaginary circumstances in the bathroom, but that it was just one more piece of knowledge for anyone to consider. And that's kind of what I ended up doing on YouTube and stuff. When I do my vlog, or when I used to do my vlogs, it was kind of that, like just wanted to share anything and everything because I didn't know who it might help. Just like that Naomi wants, it was like stupid, and I would have been ashamed to admit it, even to like, I didn't even say that to like my family, friends, and so forth. So, and how that changed me, that this person shared that on national TV in the US, and it helped me. And so, like, to me, that was a transformation moment, and that's what she is kind of talking about. I got lost in all the stupid things, and again, such a like an important message that gets lost because of the choices that Blake has made that were like take away from these things, because this is a real thing. And I don't really like genderizing thing. I don't really like, oh, it's about gender and blah 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 blah. But regardless of gender, regardless who you are, or if you want to make it about gender and about women and how women struggle, it's like this connection, I think. And I stand behind like Justin's work with men, because I think it was like Love is Blind, which is a stupid example, but how the one group of men in one of the seasons, early seasons, because I haven't watched it in a long time, how they talked about this, that men don't share, they're not vulnerable with each other, they don't ask each other how they feel and really mean it, and have that safe space for the other man to respond vulnerably and stuff like that. So I feel like it's even more important for men to get to that point, to have that safety, that women have created this network of helping one another in a way, and also the opposite of helping one another in other ways. Um, so yeah, sorry, I just wanted to like go to that direction for a bit. Um, it's no consistent reads follows. We all do that. We all have vast. She's blind to how this looks. She is blind to how empathy works and consequences. That yeah, it just sounds so like yeah, she's in a different world. Doesn't really register anything. This sounds like Chat GPT. It does sound like Chat GPT. Yeah, I forget how call them like early on in the lawsuit era, like the early lawsuit era. Do you guys remember my OGs over here? What I said, like, they're not that they're alien or something, but yeah, like it's like, yeah, but I like the Chat GPT too. Um, no consistency and reads false. We all do that. We all have vast daydreams. Yeah, it is good for your brain. I stopped. And I quieted my voice. So I used to share on Facebook. I'm not even on Facebook anymore, but that's like my own other kind of trauma. That's a weird trauma. I still don't understand. Um but I'm not on Facebook, but I used to say that, and I was shamed for doing that. But I always thought like, but I don't know who it will help. My stupid little comment, my very selfish little look at life or at myself or whatever. And I don't know who it'll help, you know? Like this YouTube and all the things that we say, and this has been humbling, or I don't know, humbling, but not humbling, I don't know, kind of the opposite almost. That uh, you guys, I guess I'm saying now the OGs, Maria, the Marias, and the Angel and Arnaldo, and for you guys to like show up every day, and I'm like, who am I? I'm just like sharing my opinions, or I'm reading the same thing that other people are reading or whatever. And but I also, like, through your eyes and through like this experience, I noticed like, but I like going to Andy for his take, and I like going to Dave and to Lauren, and even to Candace Owens. I like going to all these people, and sometimes like I would listen, and I still listen to the same story from all these different people because of their personality or their take on things, or because they might have a certain experience that they connect to, whatever they're talking about, that the other people didn't have, and then colors it even more. And so like that's like, I love that message that she's sharing, kind of like hard to get to with all the controversy she's created around herself and just like this stupid stuff. But and also this is like it is a great speech, and it is something great to like fight for and work for and all this stuff. Exactly, this like idea, this concept of this like network, that we have one with one another to help each other. Like power is in the numbers. Yeah, Angel, yeah. I like coming here to hear your take on it. Yeah, you guys said that, and then like it, like, I say humbled, but it's like kind of the opposite of humbling. But it kind of, I don't know, floored me. That's a little too strong. I can't find the right word. But it surprised me in a good way. Like, I couldn't believe that. But I because I feel that way, like with Lauren, like when I'm on her chat and watching as a viewer, like when she, like the one time she went to the bathroom, like I was in no hurry, like take your time. Duty calls, life calls, biology. And or like when we all have experienced technical difficulties, like I don't mind. But when I'm on this side, it is so hard to like hear you guys' words like that you like to come here for my take on it. And I think Maria, you said something like, because I said like, oh, check this other person's out, they talk about this, because I you know wanted to like, I don't know, share, or I had spoken too much or whatever, and you're like, oh, I'll wait for you to cover it. I'm like, what? And that's the reality with everyone on YouTube. It's like, it's hard to get to realize that I could be that person, even though like you want it or whatever, and you notice it, that you have that for other people. I'm going in circles right now, word salading. Not word salading, just like circular thinking or whatever. But yeah, so yeah, and I appreciate that. That's been such a crazy life lesson. And again, tying it to what she's saying, that's like, it's again an awesome message. And I'm over here like all genders, but I guess, yeah, both genders have it really tough. And this lawsuit definitely shows so much of that. I mean, in one of the videos today, maybe it was Andy talking about how, who was it? I'm sorry if I'm like, I get the wrong people, but someone was talking about Justin, his story of being a victim being cut out because of her lawsuit. And again, like I thought about that when I was reading, the filings earlier on and stuff, and reading his chapter on that, and his some of his book, and um listening to, more things from him. And it's like, imagine going after a victim, calling yourself the victim of their abuse, where you suffered greater abuse. Not that there's a competition, but like, there is, in some way, we need to be a bit realistic. That one person on Jersey Flaw's video that one time, sorry, I don't know the name, I'll try to find it and put it below, but um she said that it is kind of insulting to people who've been like the confusion between SH and SA, between, something that's like making you uncomfortable and something that's like, harming you emotionally or physically, or, and that stuff, it's such an important difference to make. Um, yeah, my brain's like, too much arena, so it's kind of pausing out. I'm so glad you decided to take the plunge. Now we can get your. Oh, thank you. Oh, heart to you. To Palaver. Am I pronouncing that right? Um. Oh, and also because it's weird to say my name when I'm reading this. For anyone who cares, I don't know why you'd care, but I don't know, just in case. The way that I pronounce that, it's what is it? An anagram or something of my name. My name is Arina, my first name, and then Anari is how I pronounce my channel name. Anari. And that might help also sometimes with like spelling. But yeah. I've been dragging my feet on my fantasy fan fiction podcast because I just can't face the self reflection, and I haven't to override the perceived and valid mistakes. Like perfectionism. Are you talking about perfectionism, that you're waiting for it to be perfect? Um, that's what I'm understanding. I'm not sure if that's what you mean though. With Blake, she has to take other ideas, but I can always have another idea. That's not the hard part for you or me. We'll have another idea. There's always more for us. Yeah, yeah. But as far as like, if I'm reading the fan fiction part right, if you're kind of paused, frozen in perfectionism, um, I've always said this, and people say this, and it doesn't mean that you will be great or people will love you or whatever. But for sure, if you're not doing it, no one will. It's kind of one of those moments. Like, just do it. When I started my vlog, literally, that was like, I borrowed that from Nike. Just do it. Just do it. Just show up. Just put your or fan fiction podcast on. Perfect, imperfect. It may take years to be discovered. It may take hours. Anything in between. It may never. Doesn't matter. And also do it for you. Um, I struggle because I feel like uh, self care is selfish, kind of thing, or doing things, especially someone who has always, I talked about this, I think, in yesterday's vlog, about like, I started calling it just yesterday coding, that we're kind of born with this coding, what I've always said, like as a calling, or as a like a vocation or whatever. And whatever, like, I I remember I had a so many so many branches. Hello ADHD. I had a professor in college. She was from Puerto Rico and she was amazing, and I learned so much in so little of time with her, and unfortunately she passed away before I could like reconnect with her, and that's really, it actually is kind of one of the saddest things for me. She was amazing. She was an amazing human being and soul and so wise. But I remember her saying, not but, and I remember her saying that to me, that if it's in your brain, if it's put in you or in your heart, like if you have that idea, it's meant. I wanted to say both made and meant, and I couldn't get it out for you. It was, it's there for a reason, and just do it. And it doesn't need to be perfect or whatever. But then I also think of like, well, but that's so selfish and like vain or whatever. It definitely equivalates sometimes vanity and selfishness, or extreme selfishness. But as I'm, if I'm talking to you, Isabel, is that how you pronounce your name? I'm like, good night, Palaver, good night. Oh, I don't know. Did you? Oh no, you didn't say how to, if I'm saying your name correctly, but hopefully. Oh, the Portuguese. Tenía uma boa noite. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Also, I pronounce it probably Brazilian. Um, and happy weekend, happy weekend. But yeah, if I'm like talking to you, Isabel, or like anyone else, it's easy and clear for me to say like, oh, that's not selfish, that's self-care, and that's wonderful, and I want that. I the world needs whatever is in your mind and stuff, or like in your heart or whatever. But like when you're it's so hard, that imposter syndrome or that selfish, like, oh, it's selfish. In 2020, this is so personal, sorry, but in 2020, that I fought a lot with that. I wanted to finally, go for like the music. I always wanted to be like a musical artist. I wanted to finally go for that, or like the filmmaking or whatever. Like, I'm in my coding, it's creative, creating, being creative, like art, something. And I remember when the pandemic hit, I'm like, well, not now, because I don't. I feel like this is too heavy of a time for me to write stupid songs about like heartbreak that I don't even know or whatever it is. And I remember I had, for the first time and kind of the only time, a life coach, and she said, um, no, because like it's people need that. Like she gave me the example, like on the way home the other day, she put on some back, or she had the radio and some Backstreet Boys or NSYNC song came, from back in the day, and it was like such a nice relief, and like a moment of like catching your breath when everything's so heavy. And it stuck with me, but I still am here. I'm like, oh, but I don't know. Even just now talking, about this, I'm like, I'm taking too much time about me. And but then my other part of my brain is like, but maybe it'll help someone. And like it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So anyways, long story short, word salad or not, just go for it, Isabel. just do your fan fiction podcast. um Yeah. I so I speak, I'm Romanian. I speak Romanian and English as like my primary languages, and then Spanish. I did a play in Spanish and stuff. Although fun part, like I started learning Korean at that time, so my I couldn't roll my R's. I haven't been able to roll my R's since, because the Korean R is weird. But yeah, so and then romance languages, like they're all kind of similar enough. So but I got into Portuguese at one point, like Brazilian Portuguese, Ivete Sangalo pretty much is the only, yeah, that and Banda Calypso, which everyone hates in Brazil. They're my two favorites, and yeah. Um I learned French in second grade, so I can pronounce it pretty well if I really try. I need to brush it off, and I can understand it. It's so crazy. Young people need to learn languages for sure, because it's so like I couldn't have a conversation with you in French, but give me a month in France and I probably could. It's crazy. I had second and third and fourth grade a little bit. It's crazy. Child's mind, you know. And Italian. I love the Italian. It was too close to Romanian, so I didn't learn a thing. So that's the one language, the Romance language that I actually know the least, ironically. It's a hard T in European. Noite, noite, noite. It pronounces with an E sound because the I is E. Okay. Well, we're talking in English, so I don't know if you mean E or E when you're typing the S letter. Gosh, this is so. Oh, I feel bad. I really want to get your name right though. Funny thing is, people will fill in the blanks. We are more same than you know. Yeah. Um, let it go, let it go. Can't hold you back anymore. Aw. Sensible officially. Okay. I changed the E so Americans might pronounce it correctly. Okay, so it is Isabel. Isabel. Um, yeah. Oh, and then Spanish. I love like Argentinian Spanish, but I learned Mexican and Puerto Rican Spanish. So my Spanish is all over the place. But definitely not Spain Spanish, which is kind of like the Portugal Portuguese. They're definitely so different than South America. Um, is Spanish with a fancy pronunciation or fancy? Um, Oh, I didn't know. Let me know if you can find that book. That's interesting. And you know, four languages. Only four, Maria. Oh, that's too little. That is like, are you Thai? Really? That's awesome. Um, Spanish. Wait, mean Thai, Italian, in English. That's so cool. I don't know how to speak Spanish. They understand me. Oh yeah, okay. So like Portuguese from Portugal is like understandable. I mean, yeah, I always feel like Portuguese is to Spanish like Moldovan Romanian is to Romanians. There are words that I couldn't understand. But it like the sound, the way that the sounds sit in uh, the voice, they're very similar. Like Romanian and Spanish, I feel are like brighter sounds, and then Portuguese and Moldovan are like darker or like more nasally sounds. I don't know if that makes any sense. Anyways, okay, sorry. To to finish this
We
off.
don't let our daughters know, but one day we break their hearts by letting them in on the secret that we kept from them as they pranced around in princess dresses. That they are not, and will likely never be safe. At work, at home, in a parking lot, in a medical office, online, in any space they inhabit, physically, emotionally, professionally. But why does that torch have to be our burden to carry in private? How can we not all agree on that basic human right?
Giving a little bit Black Lives Matter with this one too. Again, there is similarities. There is unfortunately this like the Black Lives Matter movement, and I don't know if the Me Too movement. I don't know. I feel like it's been just like a general understanding of, yeah. I don't know that women get the talk though. I think we just sense it. I didn't really get the talk. I don't remember my mom telling me to watch out for anything in particular, but you know it. And I agree. I remember so many times, you know, reading online or whatever, people talking about how women need. I think during the Me Too movement, where people talk about um, how women, like a man, will probably not everyone, but like most men will not ever understand how I see women jog with headsets on all the time. I don't know how they do it. Back in my day, um, that was I can't do it. I can't even go for a walk in my neighborhood. I can't. It feels completely unsafe. Not just from like other people wanting to do bad things to me, but like I don't know, like a car loses its way or something and like goes into you and you don't hear it to like move out of the way, things like that. That I was told about. So yeah, but like in high school, same thing. We had people, a police officer, someone from the FBI. I doubt from FBI. I don't know, someone that way. Firefighter. This is my like weird memory. That came and told us, when you go to your car in a parking lot, first of all, have a buddy park in where lights are, and have buddies, have be in a group, and yeah, hold the key and all this stuff. And now there's like technology, like there's like this one app. What is the app? No, I'm not in sleep mode. uh Not Noom. What is it for anyone who might need it? But you basically you open it and you hold it down until you're safe inside the car or whatever. Wow, I can't find it now. Noonlight. There you go. So like you have this like, I can't see it. Yeah, well, maybe kind of. So you hold it until you're like safe, and things like that. Like yeah, you have that. It's unfortunate, and yeah, I mean, there's not much to say. It is horrible. Um, there was Army Hammer. I've talked about him. You know, I'm kind of neutral at this point on him too. But one thing that bothered me that he said was that for he was quoting someone else as far as online bullying. Like it's not really bullying. You can just like turn it off, and it's like in theory, but especially if you're young, that's where everyone is at. And I think as people, we are created to be as in packs in community, and we're not lonely islands. We're not lone wolves. And it's again, yeah, in a way, in theory, yeah, just walk away, just whatever, but it doesn't work that way, and it's not solving the problem. Um, and yeah, I forget what I was talking about. Final stretch with this one.
I know the superpower of female triumph, though. I have touched it, I have shaken hands with it, and I am looking at it all over this room here right now.
If we're going to be really nitpicky, she didn't say, I've lived it, I've experienced it.
These are the happy endings that we must see as women and girls. We can make it to the end alive, physically or emotionally.
That's just like, why? What? I know that she spoke about her mom's story and stuff, but like, we started from a list, like in the context of where we're coming from with her, because she even brought it up. She said, like, it's not the forum to speak about my last 2 years. Um, but she went from she felt uncomfortable, her boundaries were crossed or whatever. She had that list of 18 that turned into 20 or 30 or whatever that were mild, what is it, transgressions, some that didn't even make sense, like Justin Baldoni crying in her trailer. How is that a transgression to her, towards her? I mean, talk about toxic masculinity kind of from the female side of things. Like, what did she. She. Ryan hasn't cried? Probably not. I don't know. But she's not okay with men crying. What? I never understood that. So we went from that to then being like, you know, traumatized, sexually abused or whatever. I'm gonna say the word whatever. I can edit it out if YouTube has a problem with it. Um, to what did she say that uh he was like an abuser, whatever. Like they went into like super like extreme mode, and now into like being alive, being life or death. Where does it stop with her? What is next? There is no next. Like it just, and I feel like that's like a psychological issue too, where like you just like you make it bigger and bigger. The more you tell the story, it's like bigger and worse and more dramatic and like higher consequences. That's what it hit me. I don't know, maybe I'm too sensitive to it from the context that we're coming from, on these channels. But that's what it gives to me. Uh
And we
yeah.
will, and we do, and we thrive.
Like, right? It just feels so uncomfortable for her. Nominated, put into the Time 100 for being the most influential for 2025 because she donated to the NAACP. Sorry, it's so hard to pronounce. NCAT and whatever. Because they had a wedding on a plantation. And she had clothing line that was celebrating the antebellum South or whatever. And I feel like there's something else. So, and then fast forward, like she experienced SH that turned into SA or like domestic violence or whatever she called. I forget what she called it from him. Like he was an abuser or whatever. But there's no defamation there. No. Oh, no, not at all. Anyways, and then now we're talking about her mom's story of, being alive because she heard this other woman's story, and then it helped her in a circumstance where she was attacked by a coworker. And we're talking about how like grateful she is that she's alive, and how like she's an example for all the women to like, and all the girls growing up right now to, or they're an example in this room, for all the girls to believe, to not fear that they won't live their life, that they will, have their life end short for whatever reason because of some sort of violence and crime against them. What is going on? This is what is going on? Like, when will it stop is the only thing that keeps coming into my mind. You keep upping the stakes. It's we hear you. It's as if like she's like, you guys are not hearing me. It's bad. And we're like, no, we hear you. And it's, you need a reality check. We do hear you. We hear every single word. We're here picking every single word that you say. We're attentive to every single word. We hear you. And then the other part is like, this will be spun in her head or in her team, will be spun into um we're not thinking straight because this is what her camp would be saying. Us here on YouTube and stuff, we're not thinking straight because we're influenced from the Justin Baldoni side by the men, by the misogyny, the internalized misogyny, to not believe her, to not see her, to ridicule her, to not hear her, to I think I said that already. Um uh Brain died again, but you know where I was going. Um we hear you don't seem to hear yourself. Yeah, absolutely, Maria. Exactly. Exactly. That's where my brain was going, and then yeah, kind of freaked it out. Yeah, exactly. Like, um, she doesn't hear herself over and over and over again. She's tone deaf, not just to like the circumstances and things, but she's tone deaf to her own self. She's the one that said the things that she said to Kirsty Flaw's face and the way that she treated her. But suddenly it's Kirsty's fault. I was like, so painful to watch. I forget when that came. Like later. Gosh, who said that? Oh, I think Ofi Doki or someone. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And then um what else did she say? That she goes in and accepts a role as just the actress, but that's not what she wants, and so she goes in, letting them think that's what they're getting, but then surprising them. This is paraphrasing. Surprising them with what she really wants, which is authorship and like whatever, more responsibility for her character or her or whatever. Um, but somehow that's like Justin's smear campaign that makes that look bad. It's not her own words. She uses her um it ends with us domestic violence movie premiere or promotional tour, whatever, to promote her alcohol brand and to make to like give people hair whatever. Hair what I don't know, whatever it was, because she was like making people try her hair stuff, or I don't know. Which that could say like, oh, let me pamper you, you've been through a lot, but and that's the thing, she had ways to work that into it. Not the alcohol brand. There's no way on this earth where the alcohol brand could ever be worked into a promotion for a DV film, but whatever. But yeah, but somehow all of these things are Justin Baldoni's supposed smear campaign, is what she's claiming. Not her own words, not her own actions. And just like we don't hear her, we don't hear that she's screaming at us, I've been abused, I've been hurt, I've been taken advantage of, I don't have a voice. You have a big voice. You have a big voice. We hear you. In how you started this whole speech, Blake. You started with like, there's not enough goodness and there's not enough attention for goodness in this world. And there's like just more anger and monetization of like bad things or whatever she was alluding to. That's you. You did that. You created this lawsuit that you're wanting now to get out of and to like dismiss, and you want to like be, you know, called a victim when you're not, apparently, according to, evidence. Um, yeah, yeah, we hear you. You don't hear yourself. That was like the best way said, Maria. um, Unfortunately, she's not one of a kind, and that's like I think that's what makes a lot of us riled up, is because we probably have had to deal with someone like this, maybe not to this extreme, but one way or another, and not just women. Like, think of anyone in your life. Unfortunately, she's not one of a kind. I mean, and we see again my connection earlier, like it's her and Trump, like they're quite similar. It's like they keep telling us, like, believe what I'm telling you to believe, that this is not white, that this is purple. Why are you not believing it? Why are you not believing it? Anyways, I'm becoming John Oliver. No, not John Oliver. John Stewart, in a way, like just coming into the camera. This is why it's so important to have good character, because it will do 90% of the work for you. Yeah. Yeah. I worry about my character sometimes. I think it's hard to see your own character. I don't know what character I have. If you ask my family and friends that have known me for a long time, or my one friend at least, I think they would say that I have a good character, or like, I'm safe. But I don't know, like sometimes I feel, like a bad person going down that road again. I'll come back. It's not about me right now. Um but what I'm saying is, like, I think it's hard for her to see herself. And it's so ironic because like she's public. Like she could look at all of this like we're looking at it. She could go to therapy and say, "Okay, therapist, like What do you see? You know, is this a good person? Is this a bad person? What am I doing wrong? But again, going back to like I did that video such a long time ago on like, is she a narcissist? And I feel like, you know, I am not diagnosing her. I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a psychologist. And also even Dr. Kirkhanda, my favorite psychologist, says like, from afar like this, it's really a disservice to diagnose because there's it's so complex. But there's a lot of points that point towards narcissism, and that's like one of them that I already forgot because my brain died. All right, so moving on. Whatever I said. Okay, she's worse than Trump. I don't know. I don't know. Those are strong words. Those are strong words. I don't know. Um, but I think again, I think in a way you might be right in the sense of, again, like watching The Apprentice, like he might have actually endured more hardship than she has. So you might be right. Because again, like I want to know what hardship did she endure to make her this way. But it seems like she's like more learned the behavior and the thought and stuff like that. Um, Whereas with him, it seems like it's really just because he has been told he was not good enough by the person that needed to tell him that he was good enough, his dad. And so that can like screw someone up. And so, like, the whole rest of your life, you're like set to like prove that, and then you get so off the script because of bad influences, because of like you become blinded by that, and you know, like, I don't know, who knows. So maybe, but I'm not saying that they're like it's a competition. Basically, I'm just saying like this whole like, you know, I'm saying this, why are you not believing it? And they're not understanding, they're not able to put themselves outside of themselves to hear what they're saying. And I also acknowledge that it's hard at both of their levels because life goes so fast for him, especially. I mean, you know, look at all the presidents. It's one way or another, it's not really easy, although people say like, oh, he goes golfing a lot, but still I feel like the pressure is still there. But you know, for both of them, like, it has, so you know, it's like there's so much perfect combination of things that does make it hard for them to see themselves and to take a humble look at what they're saying. And uh you know, not understand, so many people don't understand therapy and how they need it. They really hold on. I was one of the people, even though I was like a huge therapy person, but I remember the moment where I realized that I was holding on to like, oh, but if I, you know, I don't even remember exactly a specific thing, but like with my ex, like, oh, if I let go of this, or if I like indulge in their opinion or whatever or something, like I'm gonna lose myself. Or and so the separation of losing yourself, are you losing yourself, or are you losing things that like coping mechanisms and things that are actually bad for you and the people around you? um and so that's like really hard for some people to do anyways, and especially when they're like surrounded by people who want to take their picture and who are like awestruck and celebrity struck, and you know, they're admired and they're celebrated and they're like this and that. It's even harder for them to think, oh, I might not be doing something good, you know. But yeah, that's a sign of good character to me. Anyone that checks themselves and looks inward is usually, yeah. And I guess like also, oh gosh, it skipped, so I kind of lost my track. um yeah, looking inward, and we all have bad, you know. I'm trying to come to terms with that. Not that I never thought I was bad. In some ways, like I said, I thought that I was too bad. But like really be more vocal about it to myself, and here, like, we all have like messed up parts of us. We all have selfish things, or, you know, things that are not good. objectively, and we have things that are good. And I think the only thing we can really truly do is just kind of want to be better all the time. And it's not linear, but like overall, if you look throughout your life, like ideally, I feel personally that like you're better, you're more kind, you're just more loving, you're more fair, etc. You know, more and more. I don't know. So yeah. Oh gosh, I don't know where it skipped to. They overreact one way or another. They never get it dialed in. Ryan complains about this. I think I missed something. It's an upside down world, and they are blind to empathy and consequence. Without that, you can't be better. Yeah. You need to definitely have empathy. You need to be able to put yourself in other people's shoes. I think you can be better somewhat, but there's a limit to that. She doesn't respond well to direct advice. She sees it as criticism. Yeah, she's so distorted as far as like, you know, thinking back at that text, like, oh, yeah, directors always like take my words and don't give me credit and blah, 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 which was such a tactic. Watch Dr. Amen Kawur on that. I have to check back and catch up on her videos, but that was such a tactic. Oh, whew. I definitely saw through that, but um, yeah, it was just kind of weird to see like actually there someone doing it. Um, and yeah, my brain died again. Maybe some good on how she knows she's not winning this, especially if she keeps going down this road. Maybe some good old fashioned reverse psychology would have worked at some point. I don't know. I don't know what works with her. I think in my fantasy, what works with her and in the like whole political stuff is like hitting the rock bottom. Sometimes it seems like certain people or certain communities or whatever, because I'm feeling like, you know, all the people that are I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really check on both sides, but I know they're out there, people who really think that what is going on in the world, that, you know, the whole Harvard of it all and all the stuff is actually protecting our freedoms, not infringing on our freedoms and violating our freedoms. People believe that. And so those people, I feel like they really need to feel it in such a way. And like Blake Lively needs to feel it where it's undeniable. It needs to come to that point where she can't deny it, because she can deny everything. She can deny us talking about this. Like, oh, they're just brainwashed by misogyny and brainwashed by the smear campaign that allegedly happened and all this stuff, instead of like, no, no, listen to yourself. But as long as there's some way to deny it, even if the judge says it, like, no, excuse me, you're wrong or whatever, she still has a like a way to deny it. So like there needs to come to that point where she cannot deny it. I don't know what that is. I don't know if she will, but that's like my opinion. I have no idea. Maybe, you know, psychologists know better that it's not just that. Maybe there's like other steps before that that can happen. Hopefully, I don't know. But at this point, let me finish this. But at this point, I honestly just more and more each day, the more that she's trying, that was weird. The more that she's trying, the less, the more that she does damage to herself, because the more it seems like her credibility is like broken, the less I want her to ever survive Hollywood, period. Like the more I want her to just be completely just thrown away from Hollywood for the rest of her life, which is not going to happen. People say that it is not going to happen. I Worst people have come back from worse. It's not going to happen. It's not. And with her family connection and stuff, and with the way that the world is going and is the government wise stuff, like it's not gonna happen. For a few years, I can see that. 3 to 5 years, maybe we won't hear from her. I can see that. It's been like that before, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I just didn't hear of her. Um, so yeah, but the more I just want her to like face consequences, like real consequences, not jail time or whatever. I don't feel like that's deserving. It has nothing to do with her specific crimes that I see that she's doing, but just some really like strong consequences. And I don't know what those are, but like they need to happen. And the more I see her, the more I just don't want her. I just want her just gone from our screens, like alive. I want her alive. I'm not saying anything that way. Just wanted to make clear. 'Cause sometimes I'm like, I don't even know what words to use because they can all be taken, all sorts of ways. I want her alive. I want her to stay at home with her kids and just stay at home with her kids for a long, long time and never come on our screens, never talk to us, never try to like convince us of some crap ever again. One can dream. It will never be the same for her again, that's for sure. Yeah. They said the same thing about Amber Heard. People don't forget. Um, yeah. Man, that's been a while. That's what, like 4 years now or something. But she was also, as far as I know, Amber. Oh, oh, I was like, oh, my water. Amber wasn't like part of like a Hollywood, not dynasty, but like pretty big Hollywood roots, right? I always get scared. This one, I always like it falls on the other side. I just saw it's midnight, so I am trying to go to Zumba tomorrow. I'm gonna try to like wrap this up. But yeah, insecurity can help you strive to be good, but you have to balance it with everything else. Yeah. Yeah. It's like about being humble, not kind of not insecure, but being humble, or like the modern way of thinking of being humble, not like the Christian way of being humble, where it's like, at least like in my, I'm not Christian anymore, but I was born Christian Orthodox, and I feel like at least in that religion, like humbleness is like you need to feel bad about yourself. You are worthless. Not exactly, but kind of. It can feel that way, like you are nothing without God. You are nothing without you are nothing. So, that's not the humbleness. That's not the humility that we need, but yeah, like a little bit, enough to know. It's like, I think, what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think, said, like, in that masterclass commercial for his masterclass, that you need to like know, or like the greatest people, or like the smartest people, or like whatever, like they know, you need to know enough to know that you don't know everything, and or be humble enough to know that you don't know in everything. um I don't know, he says it better. Yeah, why did I even try? Um, she's never been cursed out. I think she has, or had someone read her to her face. Yeah, maybe not. Who knows? I'm sure she thinks she has something to prove because she has all those kids. Sorry, I'm like reading but not putting them up. Because she has all those kids, but it might be her purpose in life to just go be their mom. Yeah, being an activist is not necessarily being a good mom. And you might have a good point. It may be that she equates the two, that she thinks that you have to have one along with the other. I think the best thing, and this is speaking from, my attachment style coaching mindset, brain, psychology brain. I think the best thing you can do for kids, for your own kids, um, is to really make them feel loved, like accepted, love, etc. Create that security for them, and then they will make good choices. And that's like it's not like, oh, just hug them or whatever. I'm really generalizing, but telling them, like, or like being an activist, or like, look what mom said, or look what mom did, or whatever, like, which she might be doing. That could be something, yeah, but she's not really made for it. She's not saying anything. Like, it's kind of like she's trying to be someone she's not. And it's better if she's who she is. Like, she talks a lot about magic, and I can see her probably being that person that's like just about magic and love and romance and whatever. Just be that. That's like good enough. Like, you don't need to be this, like, oh, survivor woman or whatever. Like, let other people be that and celebrate them. You don't need to be that. Um, they said the same thing. Oh, yeah, sorry, I already read that. Mm, Amber was bigger than her? Was she? I did not hear about Amber Heard until the trial. I don't know if she was bigger, but I guess I'll take your word, kind of, with some skepticism. I never heard of Blake until this loss. That's so interesting. For me, it's the opposite. Um, but it was also at a time, Amber was at a time where I wasn't watching movies or anything. She resents the kids. He made her leave them. They're hostages. Wait, who made her leave them? Oh, have them. Oh, yeah, that's a theory. I don't know. She sounds like she looks like she's not really a mom instinct mom, but it could be because of the mom that brought her up, and it could be that's what she learned. Yeah, I can see that in what I see, but we don't know the behind the scenes, and I don't know that he made her have kids, because she was into baking and stuff before they even met. She was like that kind of person. So I don't know. She might be just a romantic person in that sense, like a romanticizing feminism type of person. And maybe, yeah, I never saw Aquaman. I didn't think it was a big movie. Sorry, Maria. Um, that was the only thing that I heard from her, or her to be in, though. So that's what I'm saying. Like, Blake has been in a lot more stuff, and Gossip Girl was huge. And even though, yes, that was a long time ago, it was huge. People still talk about it, and people still see it, watch it, whatever. But yeah, but I can also understand if Amber was like more like talked about at that time. She was more in people's faces around that time because she was in Aquaman or maybe other movies, hopefully. Um, but yeah, so yeah, I don't know. She could be, though. Sorry, Isabel. Like, it could be that she resents her kids or whatever. But she also talks like that's where she would rather be, at home on her couch. So, well, she doesn't say with her kids, but I guess I'm putting words in her mouth. He's talking about Mount Stupid. It's another study about what people think about themselves. Um, she wants to be so bad to be. She wants so bad to be a girl boss mom. Yeah, that movie made her. It did. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, just Blake is more well known, like, longevity wise. Not that she had a big movie per se. What my search said, Mount Stupid, is a metaphor derived from the Dunning Kruger effect, a cognitive bias where individuals with low competence in a specific area overestimate their abilities and knowledge, often without realizing their lack of. Oh my gosh, you're speaking about so much of America right now. Sorry, not sorry to say that to anyone who's offended. because well, I mean, I'm not saying that it's about anyone here. I'm just saying like there's so much of that I see in America exactly like that. I didn't know it was a thing. I'm gonna kind of screenshot and look that up, because yeah, that's so, oh my gosh. Sorry, let me put that up. So cognitive bias, where individuals with low competence in a specific area overestimate their abilities and knowledge, often without realizing their lack of competence. Essentially, it describes the point where a person's confidence, is perceived and perceived expertise are much higher than their actual competence. Yeah, yeah, that's a good one, Isabel. That's a really good one. I'm gonna need to like sit on that too. I love that. I need to like learn about that. Narcissistic men not diagnosing will force kids so the woman can't leave the yeah. The Stand, Rum Diary. Okay, those are other movies. So, Magic Mike. I did hear Magic Mike. I did. I don't know if I watched it all. It was painful for me to watch that. I don't appreciate that stuff. Um but yeah, I mean I know the theory of Ryan Reynolds and the whole thing with making her have kids and stay home, and Scarlett Johansson why they divorced because she got bigger and blah blah, like yeah, it could be. Um yeah, I don't know. People are saying now that she's pregnant. Who said this? That she's pregnant here. I told you guys, like with the jeans, pulled up, like she's probably hiding her little stress tummy. Um, it's like her what food baby. It's like stress baby, because it's bloating. I actually have this here somewhere. Do I have it here somewhere? Something about like we know, at least allegedly, that she had, or Justin seemed to believe that, because she had all of these like strep instances. Like she kept getting strep for like a month or two, one after the other. And so he's like, you might have a gut flora issue. Here, talk to my nutritionist or whatever she was. And you know what I think that nutritionist or whoever, doctor, whatever she did, she probably put Blake on a leaky gut elimination diet or something. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, because whoa. Because Blake alleges that she was actually, like, he was fat shaming her because he referred her to this doctor, and it was actually like someone that was to like make her lose weight. When you're on restrictive diets, if you I think I cracked the code. Because like when it comes to gut stuff, I'm your girl most of the time. I know my stuff. My one friend didn't believe me. She had a stomach bug or something. Actually, I want to see if like she's better. I forgot to ask her, but like ginger, raw fresh ginger, anything with like the stomach, unless it's like an ulcer or something, like anything like crampy, or you're not, whatever. Yes, you're throwing up, ginger. Just grate a little bit of ginger, cut a little bit into water, lightly seltzered, saved me the one time. Anyways, but I digress. So, but we talked about leaky gut, and I remember them talking about like gut flora and text messages and stuff, and like with her food or stress belly or whatever that's going on now. Um, Cortisol can also kind of play a part in that and stuff. I don't know. I'm not even gonna try diagnosing that because I'm not even seeing that much. And also, she's wearing probably like shape wear or whatever. But yeah, yeah. I think that doctor was probably going to, or suggested for her to go on like an elimination diet, like a leaky gut protocol, where she was going to like be on just very minimal foods for like a couple of weeks or something, and then introduce and whatever. It's like a whole protocol thing. And yes, it would make you lose weight. And that, just like the pregnancy or the birth video being a corn video, because that is one word that I feel like I don't feel confident enough to say on YouTube. um just like that, she could say, well, this is, she was trying to make me lose weight. Well, no, girl, she was trying to help your gut flora because you kept having all of these sicknesses, apparently. At least that's how you say. And so your immune system was way off. And I forget the name of that type of doctor, but those, I'm pretty confident they will focus a lot on gut flora being the source of a lot of issues, including immunity. So, immunity issues. So, yeah, and now she's stressed. She's probably eating differently, or just from the stress, she might not be eating. But either way, like, it's just not like, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's the shapewear. Oh, I didn't know that was a shapewear when I think you said that last time too. That word, with the jeans. Yeah, okay. I didn't know that was a name for it. And then again, she may have had this dress a long time and just doesn't fit. Yeah, quite the same. The dress is not contemporary for 2025. Yeah, I do like the dress. I'm not gonna lie. I like the color too. I like her hair. I like this like old Hollywood style, which is kind of an interesting choice. Definitely a whole lot better, freaking better than the whole like another simple favor outfits. Um, okay, don't hold your water. Um, Mortally obese, it means too fat. To live, you have to be fat to be fat shamed. Hmm, that's a good point. But it's like I was saying the other day, like actually my acting mm, instructor, whatever, I don't know what she calls herself, but I she was saying the same thing to someone that was kind of just pointing out to one of the classmates that she was beautiful and all this stuff, and she was kind of using that as a crutch anyways. And then it turned into this conversation of not everyone is beautiful, not everyone is beautiful, not everyone is like, some people are ugly. And I feel like I mean, it's kind of like that's what I guess I was trying to say about that is like the same thing with fat. Like you have to be fat shamed. Um, yeah, it's an interesting point. It's just kind of that like PC culture that I don't even know what it's called now, but I remember back in back in my day, um, that came out, a lot. It was talked about a lot. It's like when like Obama was saying, don't cut certain books out of the curriculum because you're just uncomfortable. Or because a lot of students were like, oh, this book is making me uncomfortable, it's talking about slavery or whatever. It's like, no, you need to learn it. Because also, so you don't repeat it. And we're here kind of repeating the 40s. So yeah, like it's kind of like that. It's a little too much coddling and not being realistic. I feel like such a huge difference between insulting and bullying and just, acknowledging differences. I'm literally very close to being obese. And I don't look it. And people, like, it drives me crazy when I say this to people, but medically, I am on the cusp today. I've gained some weight in the last few weeks. But yeah, and people say, and I see myself in the mirror like, no, this is not how I've been most of my life. And I can see, like, I know I'm not healthy. I'm so bloated all the time. Stop, people, stop. Need to stop. I'm sure there's like a word for this too. When people are saying compliment, or they think they're helping but they're actually not helping, because they're like, "Oh no, you look great." It's like, but I didn't ask for you to tell me that I look great when I know I'm not. Like, I don't need that. Like, I have good enough self-esteem to be okay with acknowledging when I don't look great, when I look ugly, when I am fat or look fat or whatever. Like, I'm okay. It's reality. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, I need to be told that I'm beautiful all the time, like, no, because we're not. No one is all the time, 7, 24/7. And yeah, I don't know. Oh, and the Britney Spears dress that supposedly she cut, if that's not disrespectful and trying to look, oh look, I'm homage to Britney Spears, but you literally cut her dress. You had zero respect. You made it into your own thing. Don't get me started on that. Reminds me of Madonna in Material Girl. What does? Oh, yeah. That's exactly it. Oh, is that a sign? Is that a dog whistle that she's material and she only wants diamonds and she doesn't care and she's vain and she's vapid? um, she could have styled her hair better though. She could have always styled her. Yeah. No, I think for her, this hair is actually pretty good. Uh, it's authorship. It's not disrespectful. I'm 165 and I wear a small size 4, but I'm very happy. Oh, interesting. I'm uh, I cannot wear a size small at that. I'm 176 today. Well, I guess it wasn't in the morning, so I'm probably still at 173 or something, but I am, I think, extra large now, which is crazy. Crazy. I've always been 135 in my adult life, and when I was a kid, obviously different. Um, and it's just crazy. And 135 was actually me being slightly on the inflamed side, so it's just whatever. Hoping that everything will like work itself out, and sometimes you do have to kind of just like let it happen, just kind of go with the flow. Anything else on
Even
this?
when it doesn't feel possible, even when we are in sharp pain, never underestimate a woman's ability to endure pain. Life's just a bowl of cherries. So thank you to every woman
What does that? What does the bowl of cherries?
whose
What does it
strength
mean?
brought life to me and my 4 children. And thank you to every man, including my sweet husband, who are kind and good when
That was
no one
like
is.
an
To every
interesting
man,
moment with
strength
the
brought
4
life to
children.
me and my 4 children. And thank
Is she pregnant? Was she going to say my 5 children? Or was she going to forget about the children? To your point, was it April? Did you say about the children? That was that was weird.
every woman whose strength brought life to me and my 4 children.
She like choked up for some reason. Interesting. She's holding that mic like she's on the front lines of Iraq. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to, be better and all this stuff, rise above. But sometimes, like that's like, that's, that's a priceless one. Yeah. She's in apparently sharp pain and struggle over here. Being celebrated as one of the 100 people in thousands and millions and billions of people. She's one of the 100 influential people according to Times, who Times where is it, the CEO of Times was saying that um she's having a great year, and our role is, the Times CEO said that Times' role is to be the humanities guide to trusted journalism. Mm-hmm. But she's one of the top 100 influential, blah, blah. And yeah, it's like she's at war. Like she's, again, what about all the women and children in Gaza, in Ukraine? But she's like facing a very hard time over here being recognized. talking about her mom's story and alluding to her having her own that has been quite well documented so far, and it does not look like what she's alluding it to be. Mm, 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 mm. She wants to put it in her word salad. Yeah, it's like, okay, let me wrap this up. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, the speech is very cringely. I just made that word up. She inspired me. I love it. Hi, David. Well, oh, another guy. Love it. Love the men. Love the men on here. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. We'll see. We'll see if she's pregnant. We'll find out soon enough. That would suck. That would suck. That would be even more like, what are you doing, woman? Pregnant and then finding this like crazy lawsuit that is just so easily proven already that it's like not really what you're making it to be. What are you doing? That's the word, cringy. Yeah. I'm gonna highlight you over here. It is. It is. It's been painful. It's been painful.
And thank you to every man, including my sweet husband, who are kind and good when no one is watching.
Oh, so she's thanking Justin Baldoni, right?
And to all the communities across the gender, age, political, geographical, and racial spectrum who fight every day just to be safe. I see you, and I share tonight and my influence with you for as long as I have the ability to affect even one other person.
So where is she speaking about Gaza? Where is she speaking about Israel? I don't care at this point. Where is she speaking? She just said, let's replay that. Let's replay that. Who we can't hold her to it. She does whatever the heck she wants.
To affect even one other person who fight every day across the gender, age, political, geographical, and racial spectrum who fight every day just to be safe. I see you, and I share tonight and my influence with you for as long as I have the ability to affect even one other person.
She shares her influence with all these people across all the different spectrums of humanity that are fighting for something, every day for people to be safer or themselves to be safer or whatever. Sorry, I'm like making my own word salad up. She's going to like help them, like highlight them, whatever, share their story or whatever, however she wants to do it through her platform as long as she has it. Well, she's had it. She's had it. What is that, Arena? It's late. She's had it. Okay, maybe not as much. She has it now. Let's see all the posts. Not the Penguin movie, not the Times, not about her, not about another movie. Let's see the posts about Gaza. Let's see the posts about Israel. Let's see the posts about Ukraine or Russia. Hey, whatever. Just support something. Speak about something. Support, highlight. I need to get this right. Hold on. What she said. Like, you have the platform. You want to like use the platform for these people that don't have a platform. I want to see it. And I know I won't.
Communities across the gender, age, political, geographical, and racial spectrum who fight every day just to be safe. I see you, and I share tonight and my influence with you for as long as I have the ability to affect even.
Okay, I share tonight and my influence with you. Sorry, I'm writing this down. For as long as I have it, I think. Something like that. Good enough. All right. So, what did April say? April's, oh my gosh, April's on it. She didn't expect him to have a billionaire backer, which is so stupid. What homework did she do? Did she just like blindly like, I am invincible? She's like a teenage boy. Nothing can happen to me. I can do whatever I want. Let me get like enough of her. But yeah, she that was just so stupid. Like, because she knew about Steve Sarowitz, right? That's his name. I forgot. Sorry, it's been a while. She knew about him. She complained about him being on set. So, what in the world Did she think that women were just like, oh yes, let's just be blind to anything and just support her? Is that what she thought? Or was she, again, I always from the beginning just never could settle on, did she know she's not saying enough, or is she really believing herself to the point where she's distorted and not seeing reality? I don't know. I don't know what this speech is about. She's all over the place. Yeah. Seeing women, I guess, but all genders and all races and all the people, but women, yeah, her style for sure. We good things. The speech is about the spectrum of resilience when faced with uncertain bowls of cherry. Oh, I hope you're here every night, April. With you just put things into such great perspective, just perfect perspective. I don't understand the cherries. What are the cherries? Bowls of cherries. Why not like tangerines or I don't know, guava? I think I'm allergic to guava. Or it's just very acidic. Something about guava doesn't suit me, but it's one of my favorite things. But yeah, I love it. The speech is about the spectrum of resilience when faced with uncertain walls or cherries. Oh gosh. And they are all equivalent. Any of the charity what charity? They paid once. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. No, yeah. Like in my research, there was nothing since then. Like there was the payment, there was the attendance of Juneteenth celebration that first year, the inauguration, or whatever, and then that was it. As far as like that side of things, she spoke about like child like movement, I guess like traffic. Um, and the one speech, I don't know if that was since that was like the big speech with Selma Hayek introducing her. She's kind of all over the place with activism, but nothing that like really sticks out. Like I want to see this. I'll get behind her. This is one way she can redeem herself. She can be like, okay, this lawsuit, one way or another, let me start doing good. This is one way to get people back on her side that none of us think about. Don't go out here and do like movies and press and all this stuff. Go and actually ha- do any of the new people. There's not much of you left here, but no Rachel Kirkconnell, Bachelor, the Bachelor, the whole controversy where she had a picture resurface of her like wearing or being whatever antebellum South type of stuff. And what did she freaking do? And she's so much younger than this one. She came, she had resources, she started showing how she's educating herself, she took accountability, and she started sharing black businesses and all this stuff. Now it's kind of faded. Things have faded, but for a good while, like she did that. And I'm not saying that's great that she stopped. I'm saying like that's what Blake can do for anyone. She has such a spectrum. She named everyone on this planet, women, people of color, of any gender, of anything, any place, any country, whatever she kept saying. Like, she has such a wide variety of people that she can help, that she can highlight, she can, you know, be an activist for. Go do that. Um, yeah. Okay. What? Because the got away with it. She just added wood to the fire. I can already see the headlines. Yeah. Well, the headlines probably will be something favorable to her. But yeah. She said something about cherries in her speech. Yeah, yeah. Her mom basically keeps texting her and anyone that she has their number. Life is just a bowl of cherries. So that's what April was alluding to. Um, yeah, the first time next the Peace Prize. Yeah. Nobel Peace Prize for Blake Lively. Yeah. Oh gosh. Everyone, just wrapping up with these like other notes. Everyone was saying that where was the story during the whole "It Ends with Us" press tour, any time, anywhere. Questioning the truth of the story and feeling bad about it. That's also something that's kind of across the board from what I've seen. Everyone online, which is like horrible. The story didn't even make sense, didn't even specify if this coworker was a man. I said that again. It kind of does make sense if you're trying really hard and you're listening really hard and you're going like I went. And at one point, like, oh, some of it is like, oh, that's what she's trying to be about. But even that, she's not, I don't feel like doing a great job. Her claiming she lost money and favor in career, but is not only attending public events, but nominated unjustly for Times 100 and celebrated. Can we get, a dolphin for that? I was gonna say amen for that. Yeah. Um, because yeah, that was like basically my wrap up of this. She's suffering and losing so much work and money, but she keeps getting celebrated and stuff. Okay. Well, keeps, whatever. Um, the Taylor Swift of it all, like, I don't even care. Do we even care at this point? Do you guys care if they're friends or not? I don't care. Potato, potato. I don't know. Whatever. Probably Taylor cares how it affects her, next steps, but who knows what she's doing and what she's going for next. Um, and yeah, oh, so I had, oh gosh, I had, I'm not gonna show it completely, but Megan Kelly, well, I'll show it, it's fast.
In the distance with both Blake Lively and Meghan Markle, since they provided me with so many hours of content. It's a ridiculous joke. She shouldn't be there. She has no influence over anyone. I mean, I think she launched a fake Me Too allegation against him, and she's lived to regret doing it because virtually every allegation she has made has fallen apart. And
I don't know that she's regretting it. It seems like she's doubling and tripling and quadrupling and whatever down. I also will say, when it would have been good for her to be on this list and when she was maybe more of an influencer, when A Simple Favor, the first movie, came out. Because I remember that was like the big, like, it was Gossip Girl and there was that. And it was like this mysterious movie and stuff. And it was very stylized, very specific style and branding to it. And she would do these press tours just in all these like different jewelry, like outfits and just everything put together. That's what she should stick to. I mean, I hate saying that. That sounds very much like, oh, a woman belongs in the kitchen. It kind of sounds like that, but also like, except where your strengths are and where your strengths are not. And her strengths are maybe not in styling herself, but being styled. And like her body is good and her face is good and she likes fashion. So just stick to that. And that I feel like is when she would have been great and it would make sense for her to be influential. So that's like Megan. And then there's this. Oh, this was like when yeah, the
The
control
most
over here.
ridiculous thing.
Like Gossip Girl all over again with Leighton and Penn when she was like pulling them like be here, and then also like grooming her mom like, oh, let me like take an invisible piece of hair strand from you and you know pull your dress down. This is so weird. This is so weird. So weird. Sorry, what do you guys say? Um, Elsie is taking supplies to schools in Ghana. What is Blake doing? Yeah, Elsie, with such a smaller platform than Blake has, especially now. Like, it is a big platform she has, but not. It's really not comparing to Blake. And Blake also has the, all the relations to all these like rich people. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. I'm talking about the sleuth headlines, not media. They saw. Oh yeah, okay. Depression, locks me in the house. Another nepo baby. Yeah. Um, yeah. It seems like Ryan does have a little bit more self awareness, or like he jokes, but he's like aware of it at least. But he's like he dismisses it or whatever. So yeah, you kind of have a good point there. Um, and then Megan is right though. Even if she's trying hard, I think she's regretting it now. If she could turn back time, I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, she does seem nervous and shaky and not exactly herself. But who knows? Yeah, crown straightening. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought about too when it's like dress straightening. But yeah, exactly that same thought. She says they can do 3 schools with one they got. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yay for Elsie. I saw that. That was really cool. Um, all right. So then there's this other part from Melanie where this guy.
Listen to this. Ooh, no. Right. You have no idea how much on your side I am.
She doesn't even believe it. She doesn't even like acknowledge that. You maybe maybe yeah, you're right. You and Maria and Megan, maybe yeah, maybe she does actually know that she is losing or lost.
I think you gotta get him in the house. Do you see? Ryan, let me get you real quick. Right up Come on.
And this is why like I mentioned Trump earlier, because suddenly she knows and she speaks to this guy by his first name, like, oh, good to see you, Steve, because you said something nice about me, and the whole press room circus that happens, like now he likes them, now he doesn't. But it's for me what's interesting is that throughout this, like, he says that sorry, he says that he supports her and whatever, and her laugh is like not really, like if I would be going through something hard and I felt like really frustrated that I wasn't believed or I wasn't supported or whatever, because she clearly feels that way because she keeps like, or her team, whatever, it keeps being in our face. I feel like if someone would say that, like, oh my gosh, thank you, there would be something. But this is like, haha, we're not here to talk about that. I don't know how to describe it. It just feels kind of fake, and it's really odd timing to be fake when someone's saying something in support, and she's saying, I'm glad to see you, Steve," or "It's nice to see you, Steve," or "Steve, it's nice to see you," but there's no like depth to that emotion or whatever. So these are other things, and then what is this? Oh, this is the CEO on LC.
On the list, what is it? What makes her so special?
I think she's having a great year, and our role is to be the humanity's guide to trusted journalism. And so we're the storytellers. We've been telling stories for 100 years, and we're excited to tell her story.
Big words. We're excited to tell her story, and also she's having a great year, and they're storytellers. That's probably the best thing that she said. Not truth tellers, but storytellers. That's what I got from that. And I'll link Elsie's video below. And I think that's and her speech, her full speech, I had highlighted. We're not going to get into this now, but I'll include the link. I think that said everything, I believe. Yeah. Actually, this is like, no, that this is exactly it. Well, all right. So, oh, sorry, I wasn't even on it. Sorry. But yeah, Andy read through this. I think I kind of lost track of who I was watching earlier today. Sorry, but I'll include all of their stuff. Um, I think I was also on Elsie's because you're talking, Isabel, about what is it? I already forgot it. See, this is why I took a screenshot and I don't have it. The Mount Stupid, and on Elsie's, where was it? Minute 17 ish, 17:15 ish. All right. Um, I didn't know about this idiot compassion. I thought that was interesting too.
Everybody around Blake Lively that's allowing her to make these choices.
Who are only going to validate your compassion is what if you surround yourself with people who are only going to validate your experience. Like, for example, let's say that someone says to her friends, like, I don't understand why he broke up with me, or I don't understand why this keeps happening to me, and your friend's like, no, you go girl, he's wrong, you're right, whatever, or my partner's doing this. And we tend to kind of feel like our job as a friend is to support the position of our friends. That's idiot compassion. Wise compassion is what you get in therapy, where we say, like, what might be going on here? It's kind of like if a fight breaks out in every bar you're going to, maybe it's you. We don't say that to our friends in idiot compassion.
And I want to go a little further than that because I have had this conversation with a friend and my ex about the friend. Tough love is also not, let's call it wise compassion or true compassion either. But yeah, I love this new term, idiot compassion. I always would say this, and I remember like both feeling the same with another friend at one point that, like, oh, we don't like being friends with girls because basically of this kind of effect that, oh, it's all about just like gossiping and just like um this like biased approach to things or whatever. But it's, I think, really, again, nothing to do with gender. We all do it across the board. And it's interesting. I would say that to me, like true compassion or wise compassion, being a true friend is calling or saying the truth or whatever. She goes into like how therapists, I remember like I've gone through different therapists, and I remember like the therapist that I feel got it right would never have would never do tough love, never did tough love, because that's like the opposite extreme. It's like you swing from one extreme to the other, and neither are good and neither are healthy and neither will help the person and neither will be really perceived by the person or like help them. So my little notes on this was that, when it's like tough love is like, it's very strong. It's disregarding the person and the circumstances. It's really like pushing them and forceful and also lacking empathy. It's coming more from sympathy, more from what I would do in your case, or, I know better because you can't see for yourself right now. You're blinded or whatever. Whereas like wise compassion, don't think that's the opposite of idiot compassion, but I'm going with the trend. I would see it more as like kind and respectful. Maybe stern, but I don't remember my therapist being stern, but just vocal about it. Very soft, actually, softly being vocal about the truth, about the objective truth or the truth from the outside. Um, and I also I I developed so much safety, and I would listen more to my therapist than to anyone who would come at me strong with like, well, I know better than you right now, And that's like, no. Who are you? And we need those people. We need to have people that know the difference between idiot compassion and between tough love and between actually being a supportive friend and actually being a friend or family member or partner or whoever. And we don't need to bully people into doing something we believe is more right, because also sometimes you don't know. It's not about giving necessarily someone the answer. I mean, in this case they are talking more about like when something is very clear of what to do or whatever. But yeah, with my relationships I always would get upset because people were like, my friends would all, and maybe that was like kind of true, but my friends would always say that I always blame myself, and I never put the blame on the other person. And I'm like, well, no, because I'm taking responsibility. Now I feel like it was maybe disproportionate at times, just like someone can be disproportionately blaming the other person. So but I remember one friend that called me out on it, that kind of did it in a pretty neutral, kind way, but it still didn't sit too well with me because I'm like, no, because I see, I don't want to be someone who's not taking responsibility, and I see my responsibility. And now lately I've definitely have gone into like, you know what, screw responsibility for a minute, for a day, for an hour, for whatever. Let me like also be mad at this person. Let me also actually, yeah, acknowledge that they also hurt me. It wasn't just me hurting myself or whatever. So it's that balance that she was saying too. Elsie is amazing. Yeah, like I come and go with her because sometimes she gets a little bit kind of like Donna, not really my style, where it gets a little too mean and I don't know what to call it. I want to call it catty, but I feel like that's, not feminist of me. But, like just calling people names and just going kind of going too low, you know? So sometimes, but she is awesome, I feel like, with receipts. She has a great community for that, and she does her homework, and she's funny. Sometimes she's not funny when she goes too far for my taste. So yeah. Um but yeah, she's blown up, and I feel like rightly so. You can't control the narrative the way that information is consumed now. That was what Bethany Frankel said. Like, these celebrities, old time celebrities, they don't know what they're doing. Um, they're trying to play by old rules that don't work anymore because people are not they're not, even a smear campaign, like, it wouldn't have worked if there was nothing to smear. This whole thing, like, because I also sometimes I go into like, okay, let's pretend, let's say, let's, allegedly, whatever, let's say that there is a smear campaign, but it was just highlighting some truth, you know? And also, I saw a smear campaign from the other side too. So, like, if you're lying, I feel that's a smear campaign. But if you're just telling the truth, if you're just helping the truth or whatever, I think that's different. But, I know legally maybe it's not different. I don't know, we'll see. But, yeah, like, I'm not really controlled that much. We're all controlled to some point, but really, I'm not that controlled by any side. It's just what I see and how I react. And a lot of the times, I don't want to see anyone else's take, if it's something big, especially, until I react for myself. So I first check in with what I feel, and then I check in with how other people feel about it and what other people say about it or catch about it. And sometimes I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that. Or sometimes, oh, I didn't think about that or whatever. And so it's like this like continuous feedback. And it's not like the feedback loop where, you're just like in your algorithm, but like, I mean, kind of in the algorithm, but kind of like this constant checking in with the outside and inside, and just kind of understanding where the reality is, because internally I don't have all the reality, and externally I don't either. Like, either I'm just detached from reality, from the inside or from the outside that way. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I said too much with that one. I think after she steals the crown, she straightens it. Yeah. Um, he's more I me statements. Steve, it's nice for you to see me. I feel seen. Yeah. Yeah. But she just didn't seem like anything. Um, when was the last time we talked so much about Time magazine? I mean, I remember when Trump was on it. Wasn't he on it recently? Or I mean, in the last few years, they used her just as much as they bought the mag. Yeah, who knows who used who? It was a mutual. I feel like a lot of these are like mutual helps, aids. Justin is the one that's been affected. That's why he's staying out of the limelight. Knows that she has ruined him, probably dealing with his own trauma. Yeah, he was already in that moment when he did that podcast in November before all of this came out. Remember, he said that he realized that he was pushing things down and wasn't addressing them. And yeah, I only have a real friend, and I tell my real friends the truth because I want to be a good friend. Yeah. Um, gossip is malicious. Talking about behavior is okay. Yeah. Behavior makes me feel blah. My behavior. Sorry, I'm so used to like reading all of this. Oh, bye, Angel. Good night, Angel. Um, I know. I know. I didn't expect the Bacon Army to like be here. Not. I couldn't even have predicted any of that. So I got so sidetracked. Sorry on him. Sorry. Oh, Arnaldo, you're still here. Oh gosh, go to bed. I want to say, like, I feel so, I don't know, responsible. Not responsible per se, but like, I feel partially like I want to take care like of you. I feel so bad because you've been feeling so bad. I don't know though. But yeah, I'm just like, just wrapping the chat up. No need to be sorry, Isabel. We love chat participation. Um, oh, that's so nice of you to say though to everyone. I really want to know what everyone has to say. I hope I don't make anyone feel like there's not space for them. I feel like that's like an awesome thing with the chat is that there is space for everyone. Um, especially when it's like a few of us like now here too. Oh, lucky with all of this, California. Um, yeah, most of us are on East Coast, so it's getting there, and I don't know. I might skip to more Zumba, but I went today, and I'm going Sunday and Monday, so we'll see. They say rest is also good. Um, yeah. So obviously not going to go into anything else like general news things and whatever nots. The Jennifer Abel in New York thing of it, I kind of said. Um, oh, and then HR, Jen saying that there wasn't an HR. I feel like HR is never there for the employee, but I thought they were, and I think it depends, but just because you have HR doesn't mean that it's helpful. Because they could be like together on it, and the owners or owner or whatever bosses. Um, yeah, and my whole like thing, the Blake Lively single-handedly trying to dismantle safety for female victims. That was like just my observation where so many of us were questioning the story for her mom because of her credibility. I love whoever mentioned that word because I was struggling before that word. Um, and so, yeah, it's like, it's the safety, not so much like the actual safety, but the safety to be believed and to have action be taken and all the stuff. And beyond, as she said it, now it's all like crime. It's not just like SH. So, yeah. And I think I talked about like, yeah, not wanting attention, like when you've had unwanted attention, like you kind of want to cover up or just not seek that attention that she's seeking. Maybe she feels that way. It's also like sometimes it's hard to tell. It makes me think of like the crown, not the crown, but yeah, the crown and the Megan and all the stuff, like the machine versus the humans. You know, the Hollywood machine, the brand Blake Lively versus Blake Lively. Most of the time, these people go into the public, smile, attend things when they're like very sick or something's happening or something happened in their family or um all sorts of different things or when they're accused of things or whatever. So they're kind of trained and expected to act that way. So I guess we don't really know her reality that much. I don't know, but yeah. So it was a Blake Lively night. Um I will try to get out the video with the rooftop scene. I feel like no one cares at this point anyways, but I have the notes and it is interesting to me. And then the Donna Bowling of it all, that's on like the Patreon, like paid only, but I'll let you guys know when it's up. So, you know, and no pressure, not that much pressure for me, I guess, in a way. I don't know. What did I even say? Um, and then yeah, I don't know, but I think also like I really want to talk about 90 days, so I might have just videos, not lives, but videos cuz that's a whole thing too. And then yeah, there's a lot of news out there, so maybe next time I'll do a little bit more news heavy, but it's been kind of nice to talk about only Blake Lively for a change. There was a lot to talk about with this one, and it was, I think, also nice because it was just one topic and just flowed a little bit more to me. But yeah, I thought I would fall asleep, but I keep getting reeled in. Oh no, no. Good night, April. um I'm sorry, Arnaldo. I should start speaking like after a certain hour. I should do like the more like wind down version. um Yeah. I know exactly that feeling though. That was me yesterday. Especially when you want to sleep, it's like either thoughts or you're watching something or something happens and you're like, "Nope, got to stay awake." It's like, "No, brain, we need to sleep." um and yeah, Isabel, you're on your way out too. Um this case is the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, for now. Um I agree, more to come, a lot more, yeah. My partner asks why there's so much Blake stuff. I told him it's because they keep doing stupid stuff. That is, I'm gonna highlight that. That's really well put. 100%. How I didn't know this was going to happen. I haven't talked this much about Blake, I feel like, in a while, and I felt like a lot of the stories were just grasping at something, and then every time she does something, it's like, how? What were you thinking? He was onto her crap, and uh, is a two-party state. Oh, New York is a two-party state. He had made sure to film all their interactions. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Oh, I feel so bad. I don't know. I'm sorry, but it is coming to an end for tonight. I cannot believe. Yeah, I did say it was short, and here we are. Uh, I'm getting hungry too. My stomach. I will not talk about food because I think Arnaldo, is it you or everyone just gets hungry when I talk about food? I don't even know what to eat. But yeah, guilty, guilty, Isabel. That is 100%. Yeah. Literally, like, um, every time my one friend and I, when we were younger, I had this one friend who her family would also come for like celebrations, whatever here. And her parents or her mom would say, like, come on, we're going now. Um, After a while, we wouldn't even get up. We wouldn't even bother because we would like get up as kids. We would get up and good night. And we would like stand there, and they keep talking and talking. The adults keep talking. Literally, like half an hour later or more. More. We stand at the door, and then in flies for like half an hour. Yeah, absolutely. Um, Oh, okay. I don't know what that has to do too much, but next time, next time I'll ask more about the party stuff. Um, have a good night, Isabel, Arnaldo. Feel better, Arnaldo. Maria, everyone else that's still on here in the bushes, as P says it. P, if that's you. Have a good night. Happy Friday. Happy Saturday, officially. And yeah, peace, love, and compassion, I guess. And I'll put the little like end screen and a little bit of music, just to not be, I don't know, make it more, I don't know what, but see you guys on Monday. And yeah, see you guys on Monday. Bye. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Oh, that was so exciting. That was so cool. Bye. Oh. Wrong thing.